Chapter 161, The Otsutsuki Clan's Thousand-Year Legacy. Uchiha Madara arrives. Who exactly is this guy? Connected to the giant reincarnation eye by the purple stone, Otsutsuki Toneri watched Izanami as the latter stood surrounded by a teal-green chakra aura. Toneri's face was calm, but his heart raced. That level of chakra was at least 100 times his own. The tornado that had instantly destroyed the puppet army, the way a purple beam had been absorbed, this opponent's power far exceeded his. Had someone found and broken the seal on the space channel linking the moon to the Earth? Or was this person some shinobi from the ninja world who'd come up to the moon? Toneri's eyes widened as a thought struck him. He had horns just like the ancestor. Could he be descended from the six-path sage? Acting on that suspicion, Toneri poured as much chakra as he could into the purple stone, trying to open the artificial sun's light barrier and use gravity to draw meteorites down from space. He was too weak. His chakra could not fully drive the giant reincarnation eye. He couldn't even sustain monitoring of the ninja world. To Izanami, Toneri appeared as a severely underpowered version of Otsutsuki Kaguya. With a single move, Izanami had already shown Toneri a lesson in tactics. Izanami raised a hand, condensed a chakra bead, and shaped it into a strip of metal bearing the Flying Thunder God technique formula. The metal vanished like a breath of wind, and so did Izanami himself. Toneri frantically activated the giant reincarnation eye's X-ray ability to locate Izanami's chakra. In the next instant, his blood ran cold. The chakra was right behind him. Before Toneri could react, a hand pressed to his back, and a streak of green light passed through him. His body went limp, he dropped to his knees, and then collapsed. The floating purple stone dimmed and fell as its chakra supply was cut. At the same time, deep beneath a lake in the ninja world, a brilliant green light flared. The surge of chakra drew the attention of white Zetsu clones spread across the world. They converged, scanning for ruins, seals, or clan emblems. Black Zetsu and white Zetsu soon learned of the disturbance and brought Uchiha Madara's wood clone to the lake's bottom. A lake within a lake. The ninja world actually has places like this? Madara murmured as he took in the strange green pool. He looked to his Zetsu lieutenants. How did you discover this place? This place appeared suddenly, Lord Madara, White Zetsu replied. A white Zetsu clone passed nearby many times and assumed it was just a cave under the lake, so it wasn't investigated. But a moment ago, a surge of chakra erupted here, and the clone found this green lake. It seems a seal was released. Did you send someone in? Madara asked. We did. There's a space channel inside, White Zetsu answered, his expression unreadable. Black Zetsu and Madara wore the same look. Is it coincidence or bait? Madara's interest was piqued. I searched for months and couldn't find this. Not even the Rinnegan could sense the seal's chakra. If it opened now, perhaps they've prepared for us. Shall we go in, Lord Madara? Black Zetsu asked, uneasy. He had hunted for a space channel to the moon for 1,000 years and had never found one. For so long, the White Zetsu army had scoured the world with Madara's wood clone, and still the Rinnegan couldn't detect the seal's chakra. Now it had suddenly opened. It felt wrong. Toneri would not invite enemies to the moon without having defenses ready. An ambush was likely. Madara smiled and formed a single-handed unseal sign. If an enemy opens a door for you, why not walk through? But we'll send a pawn first to scout. Ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. A coffin rose from the ground. When the lid fell away, the second Tsuchikage stepped out. Immediately his figure blurred, became transparent, and vanished. The same secret technique that had earned him the title non-existent. Particle-style dust barrier. Even sensing him was difficult. Combined with earth release, lightweight rock, and the bloodline expanded dust release that atomized anything it touched, the second Tsuchikage was among the most formidable of the 5 Kage. Madara sent that invisible second Tsuchikage into the space channel and shared the clone's senses. Since the pawn was a wood clone, created by Black Zetsu from Madara's chakra, Izanami on the moon had no awareness of it. At that moment, Izanami was occupied with Toneri. Killing Toneri would have been wasteful. 11 years had passed since they last met. Toneri had grown considerably. Born without Byakugan, Toneri had lacked many entries early on, but he'd unlocked 3 purple entries now. Chakra control, purple, Kaj level aptitude, purple, and Puppet Master, purple. If Toneri had developed his vision through training, he might have become far stronger. Rare red entries were treasures not to be squandered. Toneri's degree of atavism suggested potential Izanami did not want to destroy. So Izanami fashioned a wood clone and had it carry the incapacitated Toneri back to Earth. The main body retrieved the purple stone from the ground and took control of the giant reincarnation eye, but he didn't immediately set about comparing it to his own final evolved reincarnation eye. Instead, he went straight to the Otsutsuki clan library. The library resembled the Hyuga's archive, rows of scrolls and books. Izanami didn't waste time flipping every volume. He transmitted his consciousness to the wood clone and had it probe Toneri's memories with a mental sphere, searching his mind for the clan's 1,000-year legacy. If Toneri hadn't read the library, Izanami could simply pack the books up and study them at his leisure. It turned out Toneri had. Before his death, Toneri's father had bequeathed the clan's finest materials to his son, hoping he would carry on the branch family's will. Soon the wood clone returned with news. Izanami flew to a shelf and pulled out an unassuming scroll. Time had browned its surface. No seals remained. He condensed a chakra bead into a teal-green light to illuminate the dim stacks and unrolled the scroll. Thousands of years of script stared back, dense, ghost-like characters entirely unfamiliar. The writing style was ancient, but that confirmed it. This was Otsutsuki Hamura's legacy. Izanami felt like he had found a treasure only to discover it was locked behind a combination he couldn't open. He swore under his breath. He was grateful he hadn't killed Toneri, otherwise he'd have to dig through the cemetery and use impure world reincarnation to summon dead Otsutsuki, and Izanami didn't want to risk encountering Hamura's soul. Hamura, like his brother Hagoromo, had condensed truth-seeking balls and reached Six Paths level. Even in death, their influence could linger. Izanami wasn't ready to face such a presence before he himself possessed truth-seeking balls and a bloodline network. Instead, Izanami used a chakra bead combined with yin-yang release to make a large storage scroll. Chakra beads fused with yin-yang could not only form things that could be read, but could incorporate elements into constructs beyond normal comprehension. With his Skywalker Red entry and the Otsutsuki-born aptitude for space-time, Izanami created a storage vessel easily enough. When he fully mastered the giant reincarnation eye and the potential of Skywalker Red, creating space channels like Hamura, instant teleportation arrays from the ninja world to the moon, would be trivial. But first, he needed a deeper command of yin-yang release. Hamura and Hagoromo had developed it to extraordinary levels as Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Six Paths tools, space channels, truth-seeking balls, and Six Paths seals were all manifestations of that mastery. The scroll in his hands contained the full, complete yin-yang release that Hamura had left behind. If Izanami could decipher it and emulate the brothers' development, his chakra beads would be revitalized. With the method for creating truth-seeking balls, he could acquire the strongest ninjutsu. Izanami copied the 1,000-year legacy into the storage scroll with his chakra and sent another wood clone to deliver it back to the ninja world. Then he returned to the shrine and hovered before the giant reincarnation eye to study it. The giant eye was entirely golden yellow, a golden sclera, and a yellow pupil. The pupil, like Izanami's own eye, bore a pattern of flowing light, but its pattern glowed golden yellow rather than white. The iris, a dazzling white, differed from Izanami's corona. Pillars etched with jutsu formula surrounded the eye, together forming a composite sealing technique. Non-Otsutsuki clan members were forbidden to touch the giant reincarnation eye. Even if they obtained the medium to activate it, their chakra could not link with the eye. That restriction held no sway over Izanami. His chakra connected easily, and he began testing its abilities. "This ocular power, it's outrageous," he marveled. The giant reincarnation eye lacked chakra beads, and whoever held the purple stone couldn't enter Tenseigen chakra mode, but it could unleash a destructive purple beam that obliterated everything in its path. The branch family had once used that move to annihilate the main family. Beyond that, the eye possessed all the other functions of a reincarnation eye, and one ability had been amplified to an epic degree: gravity. With sufficient chakra, the giant reincarnation eye's gravity could move the moon, even shove it to collide with the Earth. That single power alone made the eye world ending. Izanami's own reincarnation eye, even in its final form, couldn't move the moon. He smiled and thought, "Good news, my eye still has great potential." He tried the eye's long-range vision and X-ray functions. Before the clan's destruction, they used the giant reincarnation eye to monitor the entire ninja world. Izanami wanted to compare its surveillance to his own. The moment he connected to the giant eye's perspective, he cut it off in irritation. What absurd chakra consumption! No wonder Toneri couldn't keep it up. A tool is a tool. Like Six Paths ninja tools, the giant reincarnation eye drew on the user's chakra. But unlike Izanami's own eye, which could use long-range and X-ray powers freely, the giant eye's vision scaled with cost. The farther and deeper it looked, the more chakra it demanded. Suddenly he understood why Toneri had never monitored the ninja world. It wasn't unwillingness, it was incapacity. Toneri's chakra reserve was still small, barely any better than an Uzumaki without half of the nine tails. He could access the eye's functions, but only briefly. Aside from the moon-moving gravity, the giant eye's abilities were not as nuanced or flexible as Izanami's own. After all, synthesis doesn't beat origin. It was a special tool, not a living evolution. Still, Izanami admired it. Staring at the golden pattern, he mused, "If only I could transplant this eye's power into my own." The Mangekyo Sharingan can fuse ocular abilities. Maybe the Uchiha method could be applied to a reincarnation eye. First, he would learn the 1,000-year script and decipher the fusion secret written there. Then he would gather the Uchiha methods for fusing eye powers and see if he could combine them. He fell silent, deep in thought, and then his gaze dropped. His sight pierced the shrine, passed through the artificial sun, and reached the moon itself. The giant reincarnation eye's X-ray vision flared and captured a mass of chakra moving through the lunar air. The second Tsuchikage's form was exposed. Izanami's brow creased. He had only just arrived on the moon, and already someone had found the space channel's coordinates? Was it coincidence? Or had some unforeseen development occurred that even he did not yet know about? Chapter 162. Otsutsuki Black Zetsu? Uchiha Madara's overloaded brain. Is this the moon? Madara's consciousness, inhabiting the body of the second Tsuchikage, drifted unseen as he examined the lunar surface. How desolate, and there isn't a trace of chakra. What's going on? He had deliberately removed the seal on the spatial pathway, baiting whoever lay beyond to come through to the moon. Logically, Toneri Otsutsuki should have set an ambush either in the pathway or at the other end. Yet on his approach, Madara saw no puppets worth mentioning, only a few immobile animal puppets. There was no puppet army, no Otsutsuki waiting at the exit. It was baffling. Even Madara couldn't immediately figure out what Toneri intended. While exploring, he fed everything he saw back to his main body in real time. After the wood clone performed Impure World reincarnation, Madara had left the Hidden Rain village. Within half an hour, he reached the pathway's entrance and, receiving the clone's updates, plunged into the Green Lake and sped through the spatial rift to the moon. Black Zetsu hadn't followed. He was afraid that Hagoromo and Hamura might have laid traps on the moon. If he'd appeared there, they could trigger any fallback plan, sever the pathway, and seal him too. If Madara died, Black Zetsu could still work toward the third pair of Rinnegan. If he died, his mother would truly be lost. So he hadn't gambled. Still, he wanted to see his mother. He ordered a white Zetsu clone that had infiltrated the moon to use an ephemeral technique to reach the inner chamber and find Kaguya, sealed by the Six Paths Earth explosion star. Kaguya wasn't buried beneath meteorites. She lay sleeping in a dark pocket of space, like a sleeping beauty. Even the clone couldn't touch or enter that sealed space. No matter what happened to the moon, Kaguya could not be awakened without breaking that seal. The moon itself had been formed when the Earth was partially absorbed by the Six Paths Earth explosion star, which ascended and gathered further meteorites. So long as the seal held, the moon could draw power from the sun and convert it into energy to maintain that seal. That explained Toneri. When he was possessed by countless Byakugan and flew into space absorbing the sun, his body swelled from the power. After the white Zetsu clone got a close look at Kaguya, Black Zetsu whispered to himself, "Mother, don't worry, I will rescue you." Lord Madara, The enemy is above. The white Zetsu clone returned to the surface, found Madara exploring a city long destroyed by the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion, and pointed toward the artificial sun. So that's why there's sunlight here, Madara murmured, and activated his complete body Susanoo. He flew up, drew its katana, and slashed at the artificial sun. The structure's golden light wall, an astonishingly strong defense, split open under the blow. The Susanoo reduced its size, pushed through the opening, and entered the sun's interior. The light wall mended itself behind him. The white Zetsu clone could only watch, helpless but hopeful, as Black Zetsu watched from elsewhere. Inside the artificial sun, Madara finally sensed chakra. But only one chakra signature. Only one? He whispered. Did they gather everyone else somewhere else for a final battle? Or transfer them away beforehand? Uncertain, he flew straight toward the palace. Instead of smashing the place with his Susanoo, he dispelled it and let gravity carry him down to the palace entrance. Candlelight dimly lit the hall, but his Rinnegan pierced the gloom. The single chakra signature gleamed like a bright moon even in the dark. As he approached, the humanoid chakra coalesced into a young man, 18 or 19, dressed in a white robe with black magatama. He sat on the throne, handsome and relaxed, two beige dragon-like horns on his forehead and pale bluish-white eyes fixed on Madara. His chakra matched the figure of Toneri Otsutsuki. Madara realized this was a disguise, an illusion adopted to appear as an older Toneri. Madara stared at the horns. You don't look like I imagined. Is the Otsutsuki clan some horned race? This is a mark of the higher kind, the man said condescendingly, looking down on Madara. Only pure-blooded Otsutsuki can bear horns. Because of them, I awakened the reincarnation eye at this age. You had to take Hashirama's power and grow old before you could awaken Hagoromo Otsutsuki's Rinnegan. You knew all along that Nagato's Rinnegan came from me? Was it when I summoned the Outer Path demonic statue that your clan found me? Hagoromo Otsutsuki, that's the Sage of Six Paths, yes? He's tied to your clan. Madara's question spilled out. Hagoromo's descendants became the Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. When the extremes unite, Rinnegan can be born. Are there Otsutsuki descendants on Earth now? You look down on the Rinnegan and call the Sage a failure, just because you have horns? Those questions had stopped Madara from simply destroying the palace and attacking. He wanted answers about Toneri's motives, about the Ten Tails and the Tailed Beasts, about why the Otsutsuki would seek the Outer Path demonic statue instead of hunting the Tailed Beasts. Was Toneri actually planning to become a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, despite his talk of scorn for the Rinnegan? The throne's occupant didn't answer directly. He propped his chin on his hand and grinned, a smile that unnervingly matched Madara's own grin in earlier years. Interesting, he said. Otsutsuki Black Zetsu guided you to awaken the Rinnegan, but you were never told the true origin of chakra. Madara froze. Otsutsuki Black Zetsu? What do you mean? Black Zetsu is my will. Are you trying to sow discord? The man laughed scornfully. So you were a mere pawn. Fine, let you, a frog in a well, understand the truth of the world. Suddenly, the hall dissolved. Scenes rushed backward as if time itself was rewinding, and Madara felt himself flung from the moon back to the world. Before him, a white-haired woman with pale eyes and horns caught a glittering fruit from a tree. After she ate it, a vertical mark split open on her forehead to reveal a red, rippling Rinne ringed with 9 magatama. The woman rose, tearing the sky asunder, opening a spatial rift to a celestial body and projecting that eye power outward, turning the celestial body into a giant Rinne. White light poured across the world, and everyone it touched fell unconscious. Roots from the Shinju spread beneath the ground, broke through, and ensnared those sleeping people. Madara knew enough to recognize the technique, something like the infinite Tsukuyomi carved on the stone tablet. But he was shaken. He had thought the infinite Tsukuyomi was the Sage of Six Paths' great method for peace. Why had this woman been the one to unleash it? Wasn't the Sage of Six Paths both the ancestor of chakra and the one who sealed the Ten Tails? Izanami's voice, Toneri's voice, answered him as a narration. In ancient times, there had been a Shinju whose fruit ripened but once every 1,000 years. That fruit was the chakra fruit. The woman who ate it was Kaguya Otsutsuki, and humans called her the goddess of the rabbit. She pacified humanity with her power and reigned long. She bore twins, the elder Hagoromo, the younger Hamura. Both inherited her power. Madara watched the twins grow. He noticed their eyes, Byakugan, and frowned. If Hagoromo was the ancestor of the Uchiha and Senju, why the Byakugan? Kaguya's eyes too had been Byakugan at first. Madara tried to fit the pieces together. Then the scenes continued. Hagoromo's Byakugan transformed into the Sharingan, then into Sage techniques, and finally the Rinnegan. The brothers united to seal Kaguya. Meanwhile, the narration explained the infinite Tsukuyomi's true purpose. It wasn't a path to peace so much as a means to create white Zetsu. Madara recoiled. He had fought so hard to sever his own karmic fate, only to be told that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a jutsu to create those organisms, white Zetsu. He wanted to disbelieve it. After all, he had used Hashirama's cells to create white Zetsu. But what followed made his mouth twist. As Kaguya was sealed, something black leaked from her sleeve. It fell to the ground, burrowed into the earth, and from a distance looked back at her sealed form. Though small, Madara recognized it instantly. Black Zetsu. The image was identical to what he knew as the manifestation of will he had crafted with yin-yang release. Yet Izanami's narration continued. Everyone knew Kaguya had only 2 heirs, but few knew she had a 3rd son who inherited her will and immortality, the being called Otsutsuki Black Zetsu. Madara scoffed inwardly. Black Zetsu is Kaguya's son? Ridiculous. He had created Black Zetsu, hadn't he? But his skepticism faded as the scenes marched on. He saw Hagoromo seal the 10 tails and divide its chakra into 9 parts, the tailed beasts. Hamura took part of his clan and the Outer Path demonic statue to the moon. The clan branches on Earth, descendants of Hagoromo's sons, fell into conflict when Indra and Asura were born to Hagoromo, an immortal woman. For reasons unclear, Hagoromo didn't pass on the Otsutsuki name to those sons. The descendants later called themselves Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. Hamura's branch eventually became the Hyuga. The scenes jumped through history. Each generation's standout Uchiha and Senju rose and died by the other's hand, a pattern that continued generation after generation. And always in the shadows, Black Zetsu appeared. Madara watched Black Zetsu whisper into ears, manipulate events, tamper with the stone tablet using yin-yang release. It orchestrated countless tragedies. When the timeline reached Madara and Hashirama, the replay matched Madara's own memories precisely. Black Zetsu was there too, especially when Madara obtained his eternal Manjkyo, deciphered the stone tablet, learned the secret to all creation and infinite Tsukuyomi, and summoned the Outer Path demonic statue to extend his life. Madara saw Black Zetsu slipping into his body through the statue's tubes. He felt a numbness spread through him. He could not tell whether these scenes were true or a lie. If they were fabrications, they were astonishingly detailed, far more vivid than the silhouettes Madara had used when he told Akatsuki members about the Sage and the 10 Tails. The story flowed too coherently to be trivial invention. If they were true, the implications were absurd. If Black Zetsu had existed since Kaguya's sealing, why hadn't Hagoromo and Hamura eliminated their 3rd child when they sealed their mother? They had shown no mercy to Kaguya. Would they spare their own brother? And if Hamura's descendants on the moon watched Black Zetsu's manipulations over generations, why hadn't they intervened? Worse, Madara had never sensed Black Zetsu's existence until recently, yet Otsutsuki Toneri, Hagoromo, and Hamura supposedly knew exactly how Black Zetsu had infiltrated him. It was all too tidy, too deliberate. Madara's head swam. Bolt of realization clashed with stubborn disbelief. From a frog in a well to a man told the whole truth of the world, his brain overloaded. Images and revelations crashed through him until finally, crack. The vision froze on the moment of Black Zetsu's creation, and the Genjutsu world shattered like falling glass. Chapter 163, Savior Uchiha Madara, Samsara I vs Samsara I. Chapter 160, Savior Madara, Samsara I vs Samsara I. Chapter 1, Uchiha Madara, Rinnegan vs Reincarnation I. Now that you know the truth of the world, how does it feel, you frog in a well? In the real world, Izanami watched Uchiha Madara's mental processes practically fry. Pleasure flooded him. He relished seeing great minds crack and falter. He'd enjoyed the same feeling with Uchiha Obito, and now with Madara. It was a pity Black Zetsu wasn't here. He would have loved to see Madara face him. The confrontation would have been fascinating. Madara sat silently for a time, absorbing the revelations, then calmed. He did not attack. His reincarnation eye clearly showed two black shadows guarding his flank. As a war-forged warrior from the Warring States era, Madara would not reveal a weakness merely because an enemy had fabricated the world's truth with genjutsu. Once he digested the information, his expression smoothed, and he addressed Izanami on the throne. "Whether that Otsutsuki goddess is real or fake, I don't care," he said. "One thing puzzles me. Your clan has known about Black Zetsu and what he did, tampering with the stone tablet and guiding me to awaken the Rinnegan. Why didn't you act against Black Zetsu or me when I first awakened the Rinnegan, or later in my old age? You claim to monitor the ninja world. Couldn't you have done something? Even if Black Zetsu is immortal, you should have a way to seal him." Izanami sneered. "Why should we act?" Madara blinked. "What? Protecting the ninja world was the Six-Path Sage's responsibility," Izanami said, assuming the haughty tone of a higher being. He wanted to create a world without war, where everyone could live in peace. He scattered chakra, and so the ninja were born. But his actions also turned war from cold weapons into ninjutsu. Incitement from outsiders made brothers fight brothers, and generations carried on the feud into the Warring States and the current wars. The world the Six-Path Sage created failed. Such a world does not deserve saving. Pointing at Madara's eyes, Izanami continued, "You awakened the eyes of a failure and had a chance to correct the world. Your choice made it irredeemable." Infinite Tsukuyomi? Madara's heart sank as memories of White Zetsu under the dream flickered. Still unwilling to accept everything at face value, he pressed on. "If protecting the ninja world was his duty, what is your clan's duty? To look down and judge, treating humans like monkeys?" "Observing the ninja world, judging it," Izanami replied, embodying the conviction of an Otsutsuki. "When the world is beyond cure, we will destroy it and create a new one and new humans. That is our duty." Enlightenment and disgust crossed Madara's face in rapid succession. He let out a bitter laugh. "So that's it. Is this God think? I wasted my breath talking to a brick wall." His features hardened, killing intent flaring. "You are the greatest threat to this world. Then let me test the power of a god descended. I hope your reincarnation eye doesn't disappoint a man who awakened the eyes of a failure." Limbo, border jail. Two limbo shadows, those invisible to all but ultimate ocular powers and six-path sensing, surged at Izanami. Inside, Izanami was thrilled, urging himself to rage to the max. A greenish-blue chakra aura enveloped him. He entered a Tensegan chakra mode. He formed two chakra beads that shimmered, then burst into two roaring, high-speed, green-blue tornadoes. The limbo shadows couldn't evade and were blown aside. Madara's pupils narrowed in disbelief. Limbo had actually failed? Could the reincarnation eye perceive Limbo? He saw the tornadoes and instinctively tried to use the animal path to absorb them. A transparent white barrier appeared and did block the tornadoes, but the shocks still pushed Madara's body back, nearly unseating him. The scene reminded him of the animal path struggling to absorb Jiraiya's sage art. Great Ball Rasengan. He watched the tornadoes and frowned. What were those black spheres? Why was the wind release they had become so difficult to absorb? Were they more than wind release? Izanami condensed more chakra beads without hesitation. Madara responded with a repulsive force storm to shatter the tornadoes, sweeping through the palace in a blast. The hall collapsed into dust. Madara emerged from the cloud and cast Earth Explosion Star. The palace was crushed, kneaded into a meteor, and hurled outward. A greenish-blue ring then formed on the meteor, and a giant drill-like tornado tore it apart from within. The tornado, seemingly tracking, roared toward Madara. He summoned the perfect Susanoo, drew the great samurai sword, and cut at it. The blade met the tornado and broke. Wind blades sliced at the Susanoo with piercing sounds, but they could not breach its defense. A green beam of light streaked through the wind toward the Susanoo. From his vantage on its forehead, Madara saw it was a green light ball. He remembered Nagato's chakra being instantly absorbed by such a ball. He hastily condensed the Yasaka Magatama and hurled it at the incoming orb. The Magatama melted into chakra and homed in. On collision, it dispersed into chakra that the green light absorbed. The orb flashed even brighter and continued its approach. Madara raised the repaired samurai sword, repaired by consuming yin release chakra, and slashed. Where logic said the tiny beam would be cut with no effect, something else happened. The blade itself twisted and disintegrated into strands of blue chakra that drew toward the green light and seeped into it. Such overpowering chakra absorption, Madara muttered. The reincarnation eye's chakra absorption outclassed the Rinnegan's animal path. It could form a light ball, fly out, turn enemy ninjutsu into chakra before contact, and even drain chakra through one's body. It could explode too, both offense and defense. It was a perfect counter to a perfect Susanoo, whose form was composed of yin-release chakra. Madara scowled. This was infuriating. He dispelled the Susanoo, formed hand seals, and sprouted massive wood-release branches that surged toward the green orb like constricting pythons. The orb collided with the wood and, unable to absorb the wood-release chakra, triggered a self-destruct. A thunderous explosion followed, sending heat, shockwave, and shattering branches outward. Madara was engulfed, but the chakra-laden blast simply replenished him. He channeled it back through the animal path's barrier and recovered most of his chakra. Izanami shouted, "5 dragon destruction!" He condensed 5 chakra beads, poured enormous chakra into them, and produced 5 colossal dragons: wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. These were not ordinary elemental constructs. Like the tornado of the Silver Wheel reincarnation explosion, they behaved more like natural disasters, raw, elemental forces, hard for an animal path to absorb. The dragons roared, their howls shaking everything. They descended at such speed that Madara, still gathering chakra, couldn't form a repulsive storm and resorted to the animal path for defense. The dragons bit into the white barrier around him and plummeted. The impact carried Madara through a golden wall of artificial sunlight. The animal path turned that wall's energy into chakra and tore a gap through it. Madara passed through and landed on the moon as Izanami moved the battlefield. He hit the moon's surface into a basin created by the dragon's remaining blasts. He formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu, a roar cleaved the dust. The outer path demonic statue returned from exile. Madara stood on its head, connected by the white tube at his back. Blue yin release chakra surged, armor and a pair of wings forming, the armored Susanoo, the beast of trouble. Seeing this, Izanami poured several chakra beads into the lunar ground. Cracks splintered and greenish-blue light shimmered. From the fissures rose a stone giant as tall as the demonic statue, an Ultraman Tiga. Madara glanced and dismissed it. A mere chicken and dog, not worth mentioning. The demonic statue took off with unbelievable speed for its size and struck Tiga's head with a single punch. Tiga's head shattered into stones that, a moment later, reassembled themselves. Madara narrowed his eyes. Even with immortality, this defense was only fit to be the demonic statue's sandbag. Izanami then poured more chakra into Tiga, coloring its stone with red, blue, white, and yellow, the full Ultraman Tiga, its body hardened like diamond as if reinforced by earth release. Madara's scowl deepened. What was that black sphere? It could create natural disasters and summon things that defied yin-yang chakra definitions. Was this an exclusive ocular technique? While Madara hesitated, Tiga struck. Its punch sent the outer path demonic statue reeling several steps back. If not for the Susanoo armor, the shockwave would have thrown Madara flying. The recoil from the outer path demonic statue being repelled snapped Uchiha Madara back to his senses. Seeing Tiga sprawled before him and Izayoi-kun hovering in midair, Madara felt the killing intent in his chest shift into fighting spirit. He couldn't help but grin. I never expected, besides Hashirama, there would be another person in this world who could put me under this kind of pressure. This is marvelous. Madara shouted the last 3 words and formed hand seals. Wood release, thistle-killing technique. Thick branches erupted from the ground like ropes, winding up Tiga from feet to chin. Before Tiga could break free, the outer path demonic statue opened its mouth and spat out a purple chakra dragon that shot straight through him. The dragon devoured the chakra beads inside Tiga. With his beads gone, Tiga's immortal body stiffened, and he became immobile. Unhindered, the chakra dragon soared into the sky and roared toward Izayoi-kun. Izayoi-kun frowned. He had almost forgotten the outer path had that move. Quickly he condensed chakra beads into a greenish-blue halo and shouted, "Silver Wheel, Reincarnation Explosion!" The halo shattered and coalesced into a massive tornado that swept up toward the chakra dragon. When they met, the tornado wasn't simply swallowed. Part of its force was diminished, but it passed through the dragon and slammed into the statue's head. Izayoi-kun laughed and flew upward, evading the dragon's renewed assault. The statue staggered, its knees buckled, and countless cracks spidered across the blue armor of its head. Madara watched with widening eyes and finally understood. Those black spheres, those chakra beads, were a far more advanced form of yin-yang release. They could not only create matter, they could even summon natural disasters. No wonder the animal path was so hard to absorb. If those techniques weren't purely chakra, the animal path might not even be able to assimilate them. Madara retracted the chakra dragon, summoned a blue samurai sword, and with one slash shattered the weakened tornado. The statue beat its wings, rose, and charged at Izayoi-kun. Earth Explosion Star! He raised a hand at a distance, and an invisible gravity grabbed Izayoi-kun, freezing him. Meteorites from outer space, as if magnetized, hurtled toward Izayoi-kun. But Izayoi-kun went along with the plan. He froze midair, formed an incomplete hand seal, and every meteorite that entered a certain radius stopped, then veered and dove at the statue instead. Madara's pupils narrowed. This ability was beyond simple gravity control. The statue swung its sword in a wide arc and cut the incoming rocks to shreds, then pressed its attack. Izayoi-kun kept the seal. As the sword arc drew near, its speed dropped sharply until it halted mid-flight. It didn't dissipate. "Return!" Izayoi-kun cried, and the immense blue slash torn from his blade turned and flew back at the outer path demonic statue. Gravity? No, this is space-time manipulation, Madara realized. The technique could control objects within range but not living beings, and it had limits. It couldn't instantly stop the statue itself. Confident, the statue deflected the returning slash and spat another purple chakra dragon. This time, Izayoi-kun formed a piece of metal inscribed with a jutsu formula from chakra beads. Timing the statue's speed, he whispered, "Heavenly transfer technique." The metal vanished. In the next instant, Izayoi-kun himself disappeared and reappeared beside Madara. He threw a punch and immediately used Limbo, Border Jail. A limbo shadow materialized between them and intercepted the blow aimed at Madara. Izayoi-kun grinned and opened his palm. He held a black sphere. He poured chakra into it, and the bead turned into a greenish-blue light globe, exploding into countless photons. A tornado sprang into existence, tearing through space and blowing both the limbo shadow and Madara away. The white tubes tethering the statue to its power snapped. Cut off from Madara's control, and not yet recovered of its tailed beast chakra, the outer path demonic statue fell unconscious, like Diga had. Because both Madara and the limbo shadow had been solid within the Susanoo, the statue's blue armor and wings, no longer sustained by yin release chakra, turned to chakra fire and dissipated. The enormous statue plummeted to the moon like a meteorite. Izayoi-kun flew toward Madara, who had cloaked himself in the animal path's transparent white light shield. Madara had used the lull to recover some chakra. He accelerated with gravitational flight and leaned on Limbo's damage absorption to pull out of the tornado's range. His body mechanized, missiles launched from his arms. Madara had long known ninjutsu was less effective on Izayoi-kun and resorted to Asura path tricks he usually scorned. But he forgot Izayoi-kun's trump card. With a single-handed seal, the missile's trailing flame froze, then turned and streaked back toward Madara. He countered with an invisible repulsive force, blowing the missiles apart and trying to push Izayoi-kun back. Izayoi-kun condensed 9 chakra beads, liquefied and merged them into a single black shield. The barrier entirely blocked Madara's repulsive force. Madara's eyes narrowed further. Without time to summon Limbo again, Izayoi-kun shot forward and punched. Madara hastily reinforced his forearms with wood release and Asura path techniques and managed to block. A shockwave erupted from Izayoi-kun's fist. The chakra burst hit Madara like a blow, second only to Sage Art Hashirama. His body blurred into an afterimage and crashed onto the moon's surface. Seizing his chance, Izayoi-kun grabbed the black sphere, now the size of a head, and poured vast amounts of chakra into it. The bead shimmered wildly. The greenish-blue light shifted into a dazzling gold, like a colossal reincarnation eye. "Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion," he shouted, unleashing his strongest strike. Like Son Goku's Kamehameha, He cupped the head-sized golden mass and fired a concentrated, towering beam of golden yellow light downward with both hands. The beam moved with laser-like speed. Madara, sprawled in the dust, watched through his Rinnegan as that lethal chakra closed in and felt the aura of death. There was no time to hesitate. Even his repulsive storms couldn't withstand the beam's speed and intensity. Even the animal path would struggle to absorb it. He summoned Susanoo over himself and called forth 2 limbo shadows to help block. The golden beam struck the Susanoo and the limbo shadows like a space weapon. The blast was deafening. Madara felt as if submerged by a tsunami. He lost his breath and control as his body tumbled, rocks and armor shredding around him. He clawed his way back and hurled all yin released chakra into repairing his Susanoo. He summoned 2 more limbo shadows. Their combined presence slowed his descent for a moment, but the beam became even more intense. Madara's Susanoo, swinging like a drill, smashed through layers of lunar rock. He tried everything, converting chakra into repulsive storms to push the beam aside, using Earth Explosion Star to shatter surrounding rock and condense a meteor for cover, and erecting layered wood release walls, but the beam cut and vaporized every defense before they could form. As he plotted to summon the Outer Path demonic statue to see if its chakra dragon could swallow the beam, his limbo shadows suddenly expired. Their allotted time ran out, and they melted back into him. Without the immortal blocking of the limbo clones, his Susanoo was torn apart as if it were tissue paper. The beam was almost upon him. Madara thrust his hands forward, unleashing the full power of the animal path. Inside the remains of his Susanoo, the transparent white light shield flared up and took the brunt of the beam's cutting and piercing power. It held, but his downward velocity increased. The blue armor battered the moon's underground with grinding shatterings. Desperately, he siphoned chakra from the golden beam to repair his armor, even as he expended more, an absurd net loss. Then, after an unknown span of time, the impacts from behind stopped. He no longer needed to pour chakra into repairs. Still, the beam ahead of him glowed on. Past the searing light, he could see the moon, a silver-white disk growing smaller. For a heartbeat, Madara wondered how he could still see the moon while he was on it, but thought vanished as the Susanoo entered the atmosphere. Friction set the armor ablaze, and the cracking sounds intensified. He forced chakra into repairs as heat and pressure tore at him. Back on Earth, the ninja world stirred. Individuals awake that night saw a golden beam arcing down from the sky. Those farther away perceived a golden line linking the moon to the planet. Some sharp-eyed watchers saw cracks opening on the moon above the beam. Word spread quickly, and panic and awe rippled through villages and cities. What is that? A meteor? No meteor lasts that long or glows like that. Toneri summoning a meteor shower again? No, not the right color. It's dazzling. Those in the 5 great nations' leadership watched with solemn, stunned faces. Is that even ninjutsu? Onoki muttered, dust release seeming trivial in comparison. Toneri, or Madara, has the battlefield shifted to the moon? Mei Terumi sighed. If it can reach Earth from there, are they even human? Average shinobi felt their knees quake imagining the energy required for such a beam. Some collapsed. The 5 Kage felt equally powerless. The beam retracted just as suddenly as it had appeared, but it retracted sideways, slicing as it withdrew. When it vanished, the world fell silent. The moon's left third had been cut away. The silver disk above them wore a straight, machine-precise incision, a third severed from the whole as if a god had cleaved it. The cut was visible to the naked eye. An attack that traversed space and in the process sheared off a third of the moon redefined every scale of power the ninja world had ever known. Godlike was the only word that fit. Speculation exploded. Toneri, Madara, Izanami, the world trembled and begged for answers. At Izanami's house, Hanabi stared at the moon, a third missing, stunned into silence. Karin, now ace-level strong, and Hinata, also ace-level, stood equally speechless. Both women, top-tier powerhouses, had seen many things: Tree World Advent, Super Shinra Tensei, Wood Human Technique, meteor showers that remade maps. None of it prepared them for a power capable of cutting a celestial body. If Izanami had wielded such strength in the final battle, the Akatsuki leader might have been negligible by comparison. Not good, Hinata said suddenly. Both she and Karin's expressions shifted. Several chakra signatures were converging on them, members of their clan coming to inform Izanami about an emergency. But Izanami wasn't home. Given his chakra level, they couldn't simply mask him with shadow clones. Their worry was cut short by a familiar voice at their side. "Don't worry, the main body has already completed preparations." The three women spun toward the sound. "Izayoi Oni-chan!" they exclaimed. A wood clone that had been guarding the Yin Nine-Tails returned, its chakra as vast as the sea. The perfect alibi had arrived. Chapter 165, Otsutsuki Ishiki's Attention, Uchiha Madara, and Black Zetsu. On an island beyond the ninja continent, inside a mountain that was more world than rock, a realm filled with technology far beyond the ninja world, a man stood on an internal balcony. He wore a white monk's haori, his hair tied atop his head with a long braid trailing down his back, and a Roman numeral IV tattooed under his left eye. He cradled a glass of red wine and watched through an impossibly advanced barrier as a golden yellow beam descended from the sky. He could not help but murmur, "1,000 years have passed, and among Kaguya's descendants there's actually someone who can awaken the reincarnation eye purely by bloodline, without any pills. What splendid atavism." This man was Otsutsuki Ishiki, who had come to Earth with Kaguya in antiquity to plant the Shinju. Betrayed during the sacrifice and nearly devoured by the Ten Tails, he now occupied the body of a monk named Jigen. His eyes darkened with cold calculation. Outer Path Demonic Statue, Rinnegan, Reincarnation Eye, would release, containing the Shinju's traits, all returning in this age. Kaguya and her two sons have arranged this. They are not truly gone. He let out a low snort. If I hadn't prepared a second vessel, if this body couldn't bear my power, forcing a premature reincarnation that would shorten my lifespan, I would make Kaguya pay. Ishiki's gaze drifted to the night sky where the beam had withdrawn, a third of the moon fractured and missing. Fervor and regret warred in his eyes. The ability to autonomously evolve the Rinnegan and the Reincarnation Eye made Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Toneri ideal reincarnation vessels. But those two might be marked like a comma, arrangements by Kaguya and her sons. If he targeted them, Kaguya would know he survived before he completed his reincarnation. Her sons might discover him as well. Even Ishiki feared the methods that could seal Kaguya. He could not act rashly. The Shinju bore fruit on a millennium cycle. He had endured 1,000 years. Enduring a little longer was bearable. They'll notice if something's wrong. The higher-ups will come. The clan might be on its way to this planet. He drained his wine. Before they arrive, I must cultivate a vessel that can fully hold my power. Otherwise, if they find me and the second 10 Tails, they'll force me into servitude. He set the glass down. "Keep making a fuss. Your time is running out." On a plain in the ninja world, steam rose from a bottomless pit. Uchiha Madara lay at the bottom, still clad in a layer of blue armor, and stared up at the moon, its third missing, and muttered, "One strike knocked me from the moon back to Earth. Is this the power of the Reincarnation Eye? No wonder he looked down on my Rinnegan." Thanks to the Animal Path's absorption, Suzanu's absolute defense, and the timing of Limbo Border Jail's cooldown, Madara had not died in the fall. 4 shadow clones eased the impact, and the collapse of Suzanu had left him vomiting blood and his organs churning. But Hashirama cells and white Zetsu tissues would mend him quickly. The wounds were bodily. What truly hurt was his heart. Izanami's strike, spanning moon to earth, shattered his pride and his dream. If infinite Tsukuyomi was the ninjutsu used to create white Zetsu, then his dream of cutting karma seemed a joke. He lacked the power to kill Otsutsuki Toneri and save the world. He could be neither savior nor godslayer. He felt lost. Should he go back up and fight? Not in his current state. He had no way to kill Toneri and had been felled by a single blow. The Three Tails had not yet been resurrected, so Madara could not be sure of infinite Tsukuyomi's truth. He did not know when the Three Tails would return. Meanwhile, Toneri could destroy the world at any moment. His limbo and full-body Suzanu had been countered. His chakra absorption had been outmatched. Could he stop him? Lord Madara. A familiar voice pulled him back from his spiraling thoughts. Madara turned to see Black Zetsu, who had found him with the ephemeral technique showing only his upper body. Black Zetsu's eyes were brown while the rest of his form was black. Madara stared, then said quietly, "Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu." Black Zetsu felt as if his breath had frozen. His body was made of yin-yang release, but had no heart or organs. Still, panic prickled through him. He forced his voice steady and feigned confusion. Lord Madara, isn't the Otsutsuki clan Toneri's family? Why call me that? Madara said nothing at first, only watching him. Then slowly he asked, Black Zetsu, would you betray me? I am Lord Madara's will, your creation. How could I betray you? Black Zetsu replied quickly, trying to hide the dread crawling through him. How did Madara know my name? What did Toneri tell him? Had Hamura discovered me centuries ago? If they all knew of me, why didn't they destroy me? Were they using me? Questions swarmed, but dispelling Madara's suspicion mattered most. Did Toneri tell you lies? He's trying to divide us. Madara removed his Susanoo armor, stood, and looked up at the fractured moon. He smiled faintly at Black Zetsu. Perhaps he did. After all, you are my will. I should know whether I created you. Black Zetsu let out a quiet relief, but fear lingered. Madara sighed. I underestimated the younger generation. I lost this battle. His eyes hardened. But both the Rinnegan and the Reincarnation Eye are Sage's eyes. No hierarchy exists between them, only levels of development. My defeat shows I am not yet strong enough. There is still potential. Let us withdraw and grow stronger. With that, Madara rose, levitated, and began to fly away. Black Zetsu sank into the ground by way of the ephemeral technique. When Madara returned to the plane and walked, Black Zetsu resurfaced, pretending curiosity. Lord Madara, did you see any Otsutsuki on the moon? What did they look like? Were they like humans here? I didn't see other Otsutsuki, Madara answered. They may have relocated. Toneri might be the last of them on the moon. He turned to Black Zetsu. Also, Toneri's appearance is not as you described. How so? Black Zetsu asked too quickly. His tone betrayed a trace of eagerness. Madara half smiled. He claims pure-blood Otsutsuki lineage. His reincarnation eye had fully evolved. And he isn't human. He has horns. Black Zetsu's heart sank. Horns. Could Toneri's atavism have reached Hamura's level? Had Hamura left behind a secret that allowed descendants to purify or alter their bloodlines? Or did Hamura, during his exile on the moon, seize bodies of his descendants to achieve a twisted immortality? The thought chilled Black Zetsu. Hamura could be more terrifying than Hagoromo. He resolved to send White Zetsu to infiltrate the moon for intelligence. As Black Zetsu spoke and refrained from full possession to converse, Madara withdrew his gaze. He no longer fully trusted Izanami's claims or Black Zetsu. Madara had realized something frightening. His mastery of yin-yang release did not match Izanami's. The black spheres Black Zetsu produced contained components of yin-yang release. If Izanami could create disasters and substances, and Black Zetsu could possess and infiltrate, then what was Black Zetsu truly capable of? In the Genjutsu vision, where Black Zetsu slipped into the outer path demonic statue and then into Madara through tubes, Madara had seen how subtle and invasive such possession could be. Shinju, Chakra Fruit, Kaguya, Goddess of the Rabbit Hair, Six-Path Sage, Jubi Jinchuriki, Infinite Tsukuyomi. Madara murmured, sorting through the ancient names and secrets. Any being that truly existed leaves traces. Even after 1,000 years, the world remembers them. He glanced once more at the cracked moon and steeled himself. True or false, I will verify it myself. I will not let you destroy the ninja world. I will protect this world. Blue Yin release chakra flared. Madara manifested his complete body Susanoo and shot into the sky, leaving the plane behind. Black Zetsu sank into the earth with him, but before his head disappeared, a sinister gleam passed over his face. Madara suspected him. Some unknown figure on the moon had told Madara many secrets. Madara's restraint likely came from skepticism rather than trust. Black Zetsu felt slighted and fearful. His millennia-long plan hinged on pieces like the Three Tails. Now the final step had failed. If Obito had not taken the Three Tails, the day Madara was resurrected would have been the day Infinite Tsukuyomi fell. How had events shifted? Yet none of them knew Black Zetsu was the key to reviving his mother. Even if Madara became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu might exploit him as a test subject. He sneered inwardly. You who stole Mother's power, you do not yet understand the true might of the Goddess of the Rabbit Hair's methods. Izanami did not know of Otsutsuki Ishiki's attention. But Izanami's wood clone had watched the whole exchange between Madara and Black Zetsu. Though it could not understand every word, it read their faces, and transmitted the information in real time to the main body. Both the clone and Izanami were pleased, especially Izanami. The Moon-to-Earth strike had produced results. Chapter 166, Talent Above the Six Paths, The Miracle of the Otsutsuki Clan. On the moon, Izayoi's situation was precarious. Chakra beads were not truth-seeking balls, and the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion formed from them could still be absorbed by the Preta path. The attack he had just launched from the moon to the Earth had consumed most of his chakra. Since copying Otsutsuki Toneri's Otsutsuki bloodline, Red, and gaining a chakra-rich physique, this was the first time a single move had nearly depleted him. Still, the technique had a remarkable effect. While Izayoi hovered in the air, trying to steady his breathing, several beams of light, one red and many purple, shot toward him. He stared, then activated his Byakugan's long-range penetrating sight and looked all the way to the crater on Earth, where Uchiha Madara lay. Madara was not dead. He'd suffered internal injuries, but no external wounds. He still had enormous chakra and was fully capable of returning to the moon. Izayoi's expression shifted to surprise. Why had the system declared him the loser? Looking at Madara's bewildered face, Izayoi wondered if the loss of fighting spirit or will could count as defeat. That was the only explanation he could find, unless the system judged anyone who was too far away as defeated, a possibility he had always dismissed. The earlier prompt returned to his mind. Ding! You have obtained the talent trait, Six Paths Aptitude, Red. It overlaps with your current talent trait. Merge or decompose. Several system prompts chimed in his head, pulling him back to focus. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he opened his personal panel and reviewed his traits. Otsutsuki Bloodline, Bloodline Limit, Reincarnation Eye, Color, and then Six Paths Aptitude, Red. The first prompt had made him realize something important. The Reincarnation Eye and the Rinnegan were color traits, but they were only entry tickets to the Six Paths level. Without mastering truth-seeking balls in Sage mode, or becoming the Jubi's Jinchuriki, even a Six Paths class fighter might struggle against an extreme Kage like Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's peak talent might be only a Sage Body, Red. Only Sage Body, Red, plus Sage's Eye, Red, could give birth to Bloodline Limit, Rinnegan, Color. Even the Bloodline Net, formed by the fusion of 7 nature transformations, had to be a color trait. In short, color traits began at the Six Paths level. So why was Six Paths Aptitude, the trait that allowed potential to reach the Six Paths, only a red trait? Being red meant it could be upgraded. If Six Paths Aptitude could be upgraded, then what aptitude lay above the Six Paths? In the original works and even among pure-blood Otsutsuki shown in Boruto, strength stopped at the Six Paths. The only one who might have surpassed it was the Otsutsuki god suspected to transcend the world, Otsutsuki Shibai. Could there be an aptitude that allowed one to transcend this world above the Six Paths? A chill ran from Izayoi's skull to his tailbone. Damn, he thought, he'd been ignorant. He'd focused on the Otsutsuki bloodline as the foundation, which was right, and overlooked the aptitude trait. Anyone who extracted chakra unlocked an aptitude trait. The lowest was Genin, and the highest he had seen so far was Six Paths Aptitude, Red. Before using the newbie gift package, his only trait had been Chunin Aptitude, Green. After the cheat, that trait had followed him and finally sublimated to Six Paths Aptitude, Red. He had dismissed it as a useless strength certificate, but it wasn't. Aptitude was innate talent. It was the trait most representative of the talent trait system, the one that materialized the upper limit of potential. Talent traits not materialized by the system couldn't be improved through cheating. They had to be unearthed gradually, like the Otsutsuki clan's innate spatio-temporal talent. But traits the system did materialize could be upgraded through fusion and points. Izayoi's current aptitude cap was the Six Paths. Unless he defied destiny, his ceiling would remain there. The Otsutsuki bloodline, Color, was the trait that could help change destiny, but that required time, like gestating a reincarnation eye. If upgrading aptitude first could raise his ceiling, then the process of changing destiny might accelerate. Raising the potential cap should act like an acceleration cheat, making it easier and faster to unlock the bloodline's subsidiary traits. The more he thought about it, the clearer his plan became. His next goal would be to upgrade Six Paths Aptitude, Red, to a color trait. The question was whether to fuse the red trait he just obtained from Uchiha Madara or decompose it for points. From past experiments, fusing identical traits didn't immediately upgrade them. Point upgrades were still cheating, and fusion didn't reduce the point requirement. But he suspected that fusing multiple red traits could upgrade them. Decomposing, on the other hand, yielded a random 6-digit point reward. He could be unlucky and decompose 9 reds to get 990,000 points, or be lucky and get over 900,000 points in one go. Gamble or not? He hesitated only a few seconds before deciding. Decompose them all. The points bar, which had only 4 digits, shot to 6 digits. The screen displayed 672,810. Nice! Izayoi clenched his fist. Not a jackpot, but close enough. He needed a little over 300,000 points. In a year, by harvesting from the 5 great Shinobi countries, he could get there, and he might even snag another red trait from Naruto, Sasuke, or Hinata. Elated, Izayoi sped back to the artificial sun and prepared to return to Earth with his giant reincarnation eye. As he turned to leave, he looked back at the moon, a third of which had been sliced away. His eyes widened. Such strong gravity, and it even has a lock-on. The chunk of lunar rock was slowly moving back toward the moon, pulled by a gravity that targeted only that piece. Passing through the fissure wouldn't subject someone to that gravity. What shocked him most was that even after 1,000 years, the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei could still generate such terrifying gravitational control. This was the true power of the 6 paths. The gap between him and those brothers wasn't just truth-seeking balls in sage mode. Then a realization calmed him. He looked toward the white light of the universe and figured out the seal's mechanism. It could absorb the sun's power to replenish energy. No wonder Otsutsuki Kaguya hadn't broken free of it after 1,000 years. Having reassured himself, Izayoi accelerated toward Earth. He didn't notice that as he left the moon, in the graveyard of that desolate city, a soul unseen by ordinary people watched him with Byakugan eyes, like a reaper in a release seal. Clad in white with 6 black magatama across his chest, a red Whirlpool clan symbol on his back, and 9 black orbs floating behind him, his sclera and pupils were pure white, and 2 white horns sprouted from his forehead. He was Otsutsuki Hamura, Kaguya's second son, born with an exceptionally pure Byakugan. By blood and talent alone, he had awakened the reincarnation eye, condensed truth-seeking balls, and become a 6 paths powerhouse. Unbelievable, Hamura murmured as he watched Izayoi speed away. Wood release containing the attributes of the Shinju, my brother's ocular power and physique, my eyes, and a bloodline that reverted to grow horns. 1,000 years later, the ninja world actually produced a descendant who combines my brother's and my strengths. This is truly a miracle of the Otsutsuki clan. He glanced at the moon, a third of it cut away by the golden wheel reincarnation explosion, and forced a wry smile. Young people and their temper. Fortunately, the 6 paths Chibaku Tensei that sealed Mother can't be undone without my brothers and my power and seals. Even if the moon is cleaved, it will keep attracting meteorites to repair itself. Otherwise, this descendant would have caused a great disaster. His gaze swept over the graveyard of tombstones, and he sighed. Alas, it was my fault for not explaining myself clearly, leading you astray. I didn't expect the Branch family to go so far. He fell silent, then added, the dead should not interfere with the living world. Perhaps this was meant to be. I hope this young man who inherited my brothers and my strengths can do what we could not. As he finished speaking, his soul faded, and the remaining chakra in the graveyard dissipated into the world. Back in Konoha, Izayoi's wood clone finished a meeting and returned. Inside the traditional building, protected by a barrier, the clone transferred information to the main body and vanished with a Flying Thunder God technique. The next instant, Izayoi returned home, still in Tenseigan chakra mode. Hinata and the 2 other girls immediately crowded around him. Oni-chan, you're back, they cried. Izayoi-kun, are you okay? Did you fight someone on the moon just now? Izayoi deactivated Tenseigan chakra mode and smiled. Sorry to worry you, it's over. Relief washed over them. Hanabi grinned excitedly. Oni-chan, did you cut the moon just now? Yeah, wasn't it cool? Izayoi rubbed Hanabi's head. Uh-huh, it was super cool. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Want to hear the details? He asked. They nodded eagerly. He pretended to be sore from the fight. My shoulders are so stiff after all that back and forth, he complained. Oni-chan, I'll give you a massage. Izayoi-kun, your chakra dropped a lot. How about taking a bite of me? Hinata offered shyly. Izayoi-kun, I'll go get your clothes. Let's take a hot spring bath. Being sensible, Hanabi and the others gently pushed him toward the hot spring. Izayoi pushed his luck. I want to watch Pikachu, eat peeled grapes, and drink sake. Heh, is just watching Pikachu enough? Don't think Karen Wani, and I don't know what you do in the hot spring when you're alone with Oni-chan. Hiss. Ow, that hurts, Hanabi teased. Hanabi, if you peek with your Byakugan again, I'll personally train you. Hinata threatened, cheeks flushing. Karen Oni did it too, Hanabi insisted. Heh, I'm older than you. None of your business, Karen smirked. Flat-chested woman. What did you say? Karen snapped, only to be countered by, I haven't finished growing. The three erupted into playful bickering until Karen tackled Hanabi. With the mood set, the four went to the hot spring to bathe. Over sake and peeled grapes provided by his virtuous wife, Izayoi recounted his battle with Uchiha Madara. Hearing that Madara had found a space-time tunnel to the moon and that Izayoi had used his strongest attack to knock Madara from the moon to Earth, the girls stared at him like idol worshippers. When Hanabi learned a wood clone had returned to handle matters, she asked, Oni-chan, your strength is already unmatched in the ninja world. Why hide your identity? Unmatched? Far from it, Izayoi said, downing his sake and passing the cup to Karen, who warmed it with the spring water. Madara and I have only just stepped through that door. If that person truly exists, then there are 4 people in this world stronger than us. What, 4 more? They gasped. Karen trembled, spilling some sake. Who is that person? Hinata asked. I don't know, Izayoi said with a meaningful shake of his head. That's why I need to fish. He meant Otsutsuki Ishiki, the one who came to Earth with Kaguya to plant the Shinju, Kaguya's superior. If Ishiki existed and could freely change size and manipulate space-time, nobody would find him unless he wanted to be found, not even Kaguya. For Hinata's and the others' safety, Izayoi needed to maintain the guise of Otsutsuki Toneri to lure him out. Of the 4 top-tier powerhouses, the world saw him and Nagato as the weakest. Nagato had already lost his Rinnegan and didn't plan to transplant new eyes. If Ishiki were to choose a vessel for reincarnation between Izayoi and Nagato, Izayoi would be the ideal choice. Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Toneri both held ultimate ocular power. That combination, marked by the Six-Path Sage and Otsutsuki Hamura, would be tough even for Ishiki. If Ishiki forced reincarnation, his time would run out. He would never risk placing a karma on Madara or Toneri. The best vessel was Izayoi. If Ishiki came, Izayoi planned to give him a surprise, force him in, and win. If Ishiki didn't come, Izayoi figured that once he truly became invincible, Ishiki would come on his own. The thought made him look forward to the future. Maybe it was the adrenaline after the fight, or maybe the hot spring, but Izayoi leaned toward Hinata as she peeled grapes, covered Hanabi's eyes, and grinned wickedly. Hinata, I want to change the type of sake. What kind? Hinata asked softly. You don't need to get it, he whispered into her ear. You can make it. He smiled, then added, I want a drink. Kuchikamizake. Hinata's face went scarlet. Boo, but Hanabi and Karen are still here, she stammered. Her first instinct was not to refuse. Heh, that's simple. Izayoi's grin turned mischievous. He raised a finger and whispered, Genjutsu, bringer of darkness technique. Ah, my eyes, Hanabi screamed. If you don't let me see, you won't get away with it either. 8 trigrams, Adarashi Gakure, Izayoi shouted. Then the room erupted around them. Water release, water formation wall, someone cried, and the scene descended into a chaotic, noisy tangle of genjutsu seals and frantic protest as the girls scrambled and splashed, trying to stop him. Chapter 167, Black Zetsu, Uchiha Obito. Time passed in the blink of an eye. A few days had gone by, and 1/3 of the moon was cleanly sliced away, the aftermath of a shocking battle on the moon that sent shockwaves through the ninja world. Everyone argued over who had done it, Otsutsuki Toneri or Uchiha Madara. No one suspected Izanami or Nagato. Compared to the other two, their power was judged a little less overwhelming. Nagato's Rinnegan had already been taken by Madara, and if Izanami were the one capable of slicing the moon, then Madara could not possibly have been the ultimate victor in the final clash. Because of the titanic confrontation between Toneri and Madara, and the final battles involving the Human Puppet Legion and the Reanimation Army, both the Reincarnation Eye and the Rinnegan had risen in the public imagination above even wood release. With the legend of the Sage of Six Paths, the idea that the sage's eyes could shape reality had firmly taken root. Many believed the Reincarnation Eye, mysterious in its scope, was responsible, and therefore pointed at Otsutsuki Toneri. Others insisted it had to be Madara, because the old stories of Susanoo and the Destroyer God were still alive among the elders who had survived the Warring States era. The lore said Susanoo could alter the land itself. Remember the Valley of the End, once a plain, until the clash between the ninja god and the shinobi Asura carved it into a chasm. Now that Madara's Sharingan had evolved into the Rinnegan, and he still commanded Susanoo-like power, it was easy for people to imagine his eyes cutting the moon. No one could prove anything, and none of the major players offered clarification, so the event became one of the era's great mysteries. Regardless of who had done it, the outcome, no deaths from that lunar battle, suggested that one of them could cleave a celestial body while the other matched that might. To the common folk, both Madara and Toneri had ascended to Sage of Six Paths level. In myth, the sage had created the moon. Whether that was true or not, everyone had just watched the moon be cut, a myth reborn in the eyes of the world. Among those who wielded unmatched power, Nagato and Izanami were seen as map reshapers, while Madara and Toneri were viewed as capable of destroying celestial bodies. The hierarchy was clear enough. The five Kage and the daimyos of the five great nations had not slept well for days. Nightmares crept into their waking hours. The daimyos had stopped their card games and late revelries. Even in the great ninja wars of old, the powerful had retained relative security. With the ninja god and the shinobi Asura gone, the five Kage stood at the top. Still, they lacked the map-shaping and moon-shredding abilities. Even Konoha's White Fang and Orochimaru and other S-rank renegades who had strength worthy of a Kage could be worn down by a sea of enemies. The daimyos knew that if someone like Izanami or Nagato turned their eyes on a nation, they could overturn it with little effort. Madara or Toneri could do worse. Naturally, the daimyos panicked. They sent envoys to Konoha under the pretext of discussing increased military budgets, trying to coax Tsunade into easing aside in favor of Izanami. They hinted that if she stepped down, Konoha would receive increased welfare. At first, Tsunade didn't get it, but once Nara Shikaku explained, she could only laugh and cry. Whenever she freeloaded meals at Izanami's home, she teased him about it, but abdicating immediately was not Tsunade's plan. The five great nations and the five great shinobi countries operated under a strict division of political and military power. For the daimyos, installing Izanami would be a quick way to stay safe. For Tsunade, however, Izanami, while exceptionally capable, still needed polish before leading Konoha. She didn't know he was actually Otsutsuki Toneri, or that he had lived two lives. She only saw a young man whose combat skill was great, but still improving. Izanami himself wasn't eager to seize Hokage power. He accepted the idea of becoming sixth Hokage, mostly to secure Hinata's position as the Hokage's wife. His real obsession was freeing himself from the limitations of lifespan. Ruling a village was secondary. Since Tsunade didn't immediately step down, he was content to bide his time. After the moon incident, Izanami and the three young women, Hinata, Hanabi, and Karin, settled back into routine. Hinata and Karin spent time in the Hokage's office learning the ropes. Izanami took Hanabi out on missions to build a closer relationship between brother-in-law and sister-in-law. Hyuga Hiyashi, oddly enough, did not object to his youngest daughter going out with Izanami. He alone among the world's leaders knew Izanami's true identity, and that the man who had sliced the moon was his future son-in-law. Hiyashi walked with new pride. The old shame of being the weakest of the noble houses felt finally erased. Heads of clans with marriageable daughters gritted their teeth in envy and muttered that it was just luck, but everyone could see how one person's success lifted a whole family. In the land of rain, in a secluded patch of wilderness, a clear stream ran past a small wooden hut. Konan pushed Nagato's wheelchair along the bank. The two of them talked and recalled old days, and for once Konan's cold, beautiful face held a smile. She had always secretly longed for a simple life back in this hut, the life the three children and Jiraiya had shared for those 3 years, but she had sacrificed that dream for Yahiko and Nagato's ambition. Now, unexpectedly, she learned Nagato had entertained the same wish that surprised and comforted her. Suddenly, Nagato raised a hand and signaled Konan to stop. With his eyes bandaged, he turned toward the nearby woods and spoke slowly. "Madara, come out." Konan stiffened and origami fluttered about her like a shield. She watched warily as Uchiha Madara stepped from the trees. For a moment she suspected he'd come to reclaim what he'd promised to leave them, that he had not genuinely allowed them to walk away. But Nato, sensing her unease, soothed her. "Konan, don't worry. He means no harm." Madara smiled faintly. "Your senses have sharpened, Nagato. I half expected a leisurely life would let your strength atrophy." He then spoke with a hint of regret. "It's a pity you won't transplant new eyes. With your strength combined with Tobi's, you could stand second only to Hashirama. Even that brat from Konoha wouldn't have much hope against both of you." Nagato laughed softly. "I'm content with my life. No regrets. After the dream, without ambition or pressure, I'm relaxed. My sage mode feels more in tune with nature now." Madara's gaze grew respectful. "Your mind's eye of the Kagura rivals Mito's." He recalled the Warring States period and the few names that mattered. Besides Senju Hashirama, there were only Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mito. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Mito had been the real powerhouse in the First Ninja World War, powerful enough that if she had fought properly, the outcome would have been different. Nagato listened without much outward reaction, then asked the question that had been on everyone's lips. "Was the moon cut during your fight with Otsutsuki Toneri that night?" Madara nodded. "Yes." "Whose strike was it?" Nagato pressed. "Toneri's," Madara answered. Madara laughed. "He struck me, from the moon back to Earth." Nagato and Konan were stunned. Nagato finished with a wry smile. "I had expected he was hiding strength, but I didn't imagine he'd hidden it so deeply." Madara looked thoughtful. "It's not simply that he hid his power. The Toneri you remember may not have been his true body, or he hadn't completed his final evolution. The Toneri I saw on the moon had horns and could enter a special state, using strange black orbs to form things and summon disasters from nothing. The strike that traveled from the moon to Earth was made by those black orbs. Even the Pretapath of the Rinnegan would struggle to absorb it. That state and those black orbs look like they belong to his reincarnation eye, an exclusive ocular technique." Nagato fell quiet. Then he asked, "Are you here for something in particular?" "I want you to teach me Sage Mode," Madara said plainly, "and I want you to come back and help me." Nagato was taken aback, but then shook his head and smiled. "I'll teach you Sage Mode, but I won't return to being a shinobi." "Don't decide so fast. I learned a secret on the moon." Madara's voice dropped. He released an astonishing surge of yin-release chakra from his eyes. It flowed in Nagato's mind through the bridge of his face. In an instant, Nagato's sight was restored in the genjutsu. He was taken back to ancient times. Like Madara, he witnessed the origins, Otsutsuki Kaguya and the God Tree's chakra fruit, the origin of the infinite Tsukuyomi and Black Zetsu's true nature. Seeing that the infinite Tsukuyomi had been used to produce white Zetsu, Nagato's face changed. He hadn't realized Black Zetsu, the least conspicuous, weakest member of the Akatsuki, had such an astonishing origin. The genjutsu replayed Madara's memories, ending on the image of Black Zetsu seeping into Madara through the white tubes of the Outer Path demonic statue. Nagato's mouth twitched at that sight. When the illusion faded, Madara looked at Nagato and asked, "So, what's your decision?" "Is it all true?" Nagato asked slowly. "The former or the latter?" "Both," Madara said. "I don't know about the former. I'm confused too," Madara admitted. "But I won't abandon the Eye of the Moon plan. I must verify it myself. If it's false, I'll let it go. If it's true, I'll pursue it." Madara's face hardened. "That tone of condescension, that fellow won't let me become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki easily. I must increase my strength, gather powerful allies, and cultivate capable subordinates. I will never let him destroy this world." Nagato studied him, then, after a pause, smiled faintly. "All right, I'll come back and lend you my hand." Madara's tight expression softened. "Welcome back, Nagato." Somewhere else in the ninja world, Madara walked with a map in hand. Black Zetsu spoke through him. Lord Madara, where are we headed? Black Zetsu asked, its voice wry but curious. Madara looked at the map. To find some ruins. I don't know exactly where they are. Black Zetsu blinked. Couldn't White Zetsu and I find them? Why come yourself? Madara smiled with meaning. Those ruins might only reveal themselves to my Rinnegan. Black Zetsu forced a laugh. Heh, fair enough. But inside its mood plummeted. Madara had finally grown suspicious. He'd sent a wood clone to shadow Black Zetsu, a copy just like the will-made incarnations Black Zetsu had once used. Madara treated both a little like tools. Whether the real Madara or his clone, the principled being didn't matter. If Madara had grown doubtful and was keeping Black Zetsu busy with trivial tasks, then something was wrong. The rhythm of things, of Black Zetsu's thousand-year manipulations guiding the reincarnations of Indra, had slipped out of his control. 1,000 years of scheming, of shaping generations toward a long-planned finale, and now it seemed to be unraveling in Madara's generation. Black Zetsu's ancient, patient plan was close to being overturned, its thought blackened into a single hot curse. Uchiha Obito, you bastard! Chapter 168, The Complete Yin-Yang Release, a new theatrical version. 8 trigrams empty palm. Die! On the steep mountain path, the air erupted with explosive sounds. A small girl in a kimono, no more than about 1.4 meters tall, faced down a band of ronin armed with katanas. With a casual flick of her slender hand, a sphere of distorted air burst forth. With a blur of motion, her pink-fingered fist struck an enemy's belly, and a shockwave of chakra detonated from his back. The man became little more than an afterimage, flying dozens of meters before slamming into the mountain or dropping dead where he landed. In a handful of exchanges, the little girl had annihilated more than a dozen mountain bandits who had misjudged her at a glance. Oni-chan, how was my performance? Having wiped out the ambushers with ease, Hanabi bounded up to Izayoi, grinning for praise. Izayoi ruffled her hair and praised her warmly. Be decisive when you face enemies. Hanabi, you did great. Heh! Hanabi laughed, her eyes arching into crescents. The client traveling with them gaped, fawning. As expected of Izayoi, even his disciple is exceptional. He felt as if he were dreaming. He had expected an ordinary C-rank escort job. He had not expected to end up hiring the man acknowledged as the strongest in the 5 great shinobi countries. To pay a C-rank fee and get an ace-level fighter, someone who could stand toe-to-toe with the 5 Kage, as a bodyguard was astounding. Unless Uchiha Madara, the leader of Akatsuki, or Otsutsuki Toneri himself showed up as highwayman, who could touch him now? You flatter me. Let's keep moving, Izayoi said. Yes! The caravan pressed on. Hanabi made a shadow clone to activate her Byakugan and scout while her true self settled in the carriage. As one of the 4 ultra-level combatants, an ace based on achievements, and a man who could be the 6th Hokage at a moment's notice, Izayoi no longer acted like a mere hireling. If not for training his sister-in-law, the wealthy and indolent Izayoi wouldn't bother accepting missions at all. For tedious escort work like this, he arranged a carriage for himself, relaxed inside, and let Hanabi handle the watch. The client had no complaints. To have the strongest shinobi in the land aboard was priceless, and the second young lady of the Hyuga main house serving as lookout felt like finding a treasure. After seeing Hanabi's strength, he felt completely secure, even if a shadow clone handled threats. Inside the spacious, luxuriously appointed carriage, Izayoi lay on his side on a Simmons mattress reinforced with chakra beads, absorbed in a diary. It had been translated from ancient script into a modern tongue, a complete treatise on yin-yang release left by Otsutsuki Hamura for his descendants. Few in this world would be able to make sense of it. Few had even in Izayoi's previous life. There were no instructions for crafting truth-seeking balls, no recipes for spatial portals or artificial suns. Instead, it contained a far deeper foundation for yin-yang release, Hamura's experiments and insights, and perhaps accounts of exchanges with the Sage of 6 Paths. Izayoi was completely engrossed. If such a text fell into the hands of someone like Uchiha Madara, who had awakened the Rinnegan, he might glean only fragments. For Izayoi, who possessed chakra beads and had already mastered aspects of creation, this diary was an alternate version of Kado's treasure, perfectly timed and of enormous value. If he mastered it, his proficiency with yin-yang release would soar, The capabilities of his chakra beads would expand, and he would be confident of creating truth-seeking balls, spatial portals, and perhaps even reaching six-path sage mode. He already had sparks of inspiration. A small head popped out from under the blanket. "Oni-chan, what are you reading?" Hanabi snuggled into Izayoi and peered at the diary. She could understand some words, but most of it was beyond her. Frustration made her eyes squint behind her Byakugan. "Oni-chan, are you deciphering a code? I recognize bits of this, but I can't put it together." Izayoi only pinched her cheek and smiled. "Why aren't you protecting the client? What are you doing hiding in here?" "Hehe, the shadow clone is protecting them. No one can get past my Byakugan anyway," Hanabi said with a smile. "I came in because I thought you might be lonely." "No need." Izayoi tossed the blanket back, patted her backside, and admonished gently, "Missions outside the village train your vigilance and survival skills. If you don't experience it firsthand, how will you handle wilderness-type exams in the Chunin trials?" "Go protect the client." Oni-chan is so annoying-houted but dutifully went back outside. The clever little sister-in-law knew how to read him. When Izayoi, who always doted on her, turned serious, she became as obedient as if she'd been scolded by her father. She might be spoiled, but she would never bring shame on Izayoi. She was not only his sister-in-law and little cotton jacket, she was his only disciple. So she dismissed her clone and performed the mission, though more often than not, she used her Byakugan to steal glances at Izayoi through the carriage window. 2 months passed. During that time, the ninja world remained oddly calm, pacified by the deterrent of the 4 ultra-level combatants. The previously secretive Akatsuki became the most talked-about organization after removing their masks. Backed by Uchiha Madara and Nagato, their status rivaled the 5 great shinobi countries, and their deterrence felt greater. Even when a bounty target on their side was killed by Kakuzu, the 5 great shinobi countries could only swallow their anger. Knowing the Akatsuki's main base was in the Hidden Rain Village, no one dared attack, and the 5 Kaji formally ordered shinobi to abandon missions rather than confront Akatsuki, returning without punishment. For a time, the Akatsuki enjoyed a prominence few could match. With Nagato and Konan restored, the Hidden Rain Village slowly attracted visitors. Many astute people realized that a repeat of the previous final conflict was unlikely. The ultra-level combatants were distributed. Nagato and an Akatsuki presence in the rain, with Toneri and Izayoi elsewhere. Toneri alone could no longer crush the Hidden Rain Village, and if he and Izayoi jointly attacked, Konoha would surely intervene and a massive war would erupt. So the uneasy balance remained. The Rain Village needed reconstruction materials and offered vacant land. Merchants invested, and the village prospered. If the status quo held, it seemed close to the peaceful world Nagato had dreamed of. Yet everyone knew such peace could be fragile, like the brief era of the god of shinobi, and that world-shaping wars could begin at any time. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and his wood clones were sifting the globe for ruins. Using the memories of archaeologists and his own searches, Madara unearthed tombs and sites in numbers the original Yakushi Kabuto had never matched. Black Zetsu and the White Zetsu clones created under the Infinite Tsukuyomi had no idea what Madara sought. Black Zetsu, fused to Madara's wood clone and watched constantly, grew uneasy. Wood clones were independent like White Zetsu. They relayed information in real time and did not transmit fatigue back to their creator. The only weakness was dispersion when out of chakra, but if they siphoned chakra, they could sustain themselves, and in combat, they outperformed White Zetsu. For 2 months, Black Zetsu had no respite, and when Madara's wood clones found ruins, he often summoned his main body to excavate, leaving Black Zetsu little clue of Madara's true aims. Regret gnawed at Black Zetsu. If he had not used yin-yang, release, spiritual possession to present himself as Madara's will, but instead posed as a mutated White Zetsu like Tobi, he might not be so vulnerable to suspicion. In the Demon Country, a forsaken hinterland where the sky hung in perpetual cloud and cold winds blew like the land of rain, an ancient temple lay carved into rock, its stones worn by time. Soldiers armed with bows and blades guarded its approaches with solemn vigilance. Suddenly those trained warriors went slack, their eyelids fluttered, their minds growing heavy, and one by one they collapsed. From the shadows a figure emerged. Is this the place? Uchiha Madara, his rinnegan glinting, surveyed the temple. Strange fluctuations and seals, different from the other sites. He slipped inside. Beyond an altar of white light stood a shrine, sealed behind a stone door, covered in talismans. In Madara's rinnegan, these talismans glowed with a special energy, seals left by the demon country's unique Miko and infused with the Miko's power. It's not chakra, though it's a kind of natural energy, not really natural, nor quite sage technique chakra, Madara muttered. This obscure country hides a specialist and an energy I didn't expect. This trip might be worthwhile. He pressed a hand to the stone and tried to use the Preta path to absorb the Miko's power from the talismans. His expression shifted. The Preta path could devour any energy, even natural energy, so why the change? The composition of the Miko's power felt oddly familiar. Power similar to yin-yang release. So this is the right place, Madara said with a faint smile. He applied gravitational force and the twin stone doors opened. Dark purple energy swelled up from the shrine, an entity that seemed to possess a will, eager to surge outward and infiltrate Madara's body. For a heartbeat, it trembled as if afraid. It's a materialized energy body, much like a tailed beast, Madara observed. If you're materialized, you should be able to speak. The energy hesitated, then a voice echoed from within it, an apprehensive, reverberating tone. Why do you have the rinnegan? You know of the rinnegan? Madara's interest sharpened. If my intel is right, you were sealed by the previous Miko generations ago. Could you still watch the outside world? The rinnegan, the eye of the sage of six paths? You knew the sage by that name? The energy answered with arrogance. I am Morio, an immortal that has existed since ancient times. Merge with me, and you will gain immortality. Madara eyed Morio's greed. Do you know Otsutsuki Kaguya? Kaguya? Who is that? Morio sounded puzzled. The mother of the six-path sage, Madara said, surprised to hear Morio's confusion. You mean the sage had a name? Morio's voice was incredulous. Madara altered course. Do you know the goddess of the rabbit? How do you know of the goddess of the rabbit? Morio burst into astonishment. Madara's eyes narrowed. So the goddess of the rabbit is real? Of course. In ancient days, everyone knew of the goddess of the rabbit, who quelled human wars and shone like the morning sun, Morio boasted, then added ruefully. But in my memory, there's little about her disappearance or how the ninja world entered the age of ninju. Madara's expression tightened. If the goddess of the rabbit was real, then Toneri's visions, however mixed with falsehood, contained truth. Otsutsuki Kaguya could be the true ancestor of chakra, and the six-path sage might be her son. Could the infinite Tsukuyomi have created white Zetsu? If so, was black Zetsu truly related to Kaguya and not merely a chess piece? Why had black Zetsu tampered with the stone tablet and guided Madara toward awakening the rinnegan? His mind raced through hypotheses, but he held back. Confirmation wasn't there yet. Madara probed further. Do you know where the goddess of the rabbit lived? Her country? Perhaps the land of ancestors? Morio guessed, uncertain. Madara was not satisfied. He reached out, pulled the purple energy into himself, and felt a surge of negative energy similar to a tailed beast's hatred. It was potent, worthy of a materialized entity. Yet Madara's human path could not read Morio's memories, just as he could not read a tailed beast's. He expelled the energy back. It trembled before him. Do you know where the land of ancestors is? He asked. No, I do not, Morio replied, fearful but hopeful. If you free me and carry me out, perhaps I can help you find it. Madara said nothing. He shaped characters with yin-yang release and asked, among these characters, are any from ancient times? These few are, Morio hurriedly answered, separating dark purple mist around characters that looked like scribbles or archaic patterns. Satisfied, Madara resealed the shrine, returning the Miko's power to the talismans. From inside, Morio pleaded, let me out. My immortal ghost army waits. Merge with me, and I will grant you immortality, so you can rule like the goddess of the rabbit. No, Madara said coldly. I'm not interested. He restored the seals and left the temple, rising into the sky in his complete body Susanoo to hunt for traces of the land of ancestors. He did not notice the few figures in the forest below who watched him with weak but intent chakra, minor enough to be beneath his attention. A white-robed youth with white hair stared up, eyes alight. That energy signal was right, Yellow Spring gave it to us. We found the place. Hurry and tell Yellow Spring." Before the fallen guards had even recovered, 5 figures slipped into the temple. Yellow Spring walked easily through the barrier. His expression was fanatical as he approached the sealed shrine. "This is the temple that sealed Morio," he said. "Morio-sama, you have waited long enough." He laid a hand on the doors and intoned an incantation. The talismans dissolved and the doors opened. The dark purple energy streamed forth. Morio, free, did not exult but demanded, "Who are you? Why have you freed me?" Yellow Spring knelt, reverent. "Morio-sama, I am Yellow Spring. I once borrowed your power to create the Ghost Army. I awakened you so we might join again and build a 1,000-year kingdom." Morio sneered. "Your soul is too weak. If I possess you, I will disperse the moment I leave the barrier. Only the body of that one from long ago can contain my power. Do not worry. I have modified my body so it can barely withstand your possession." Yellow Spring rose, unbuttoned his tunic, and revealed surgical modifications beneath his skin. Morio's voice, eager and triumphant, echoed, "Excellent. Today is the day of my escape. Awaken my ghost army." Negative energy surged through the temple, shattering seals. Uchiha Madara had long since left the demon country. Otherwise, he would have felt the massive wave of negative energy and returned to teach Morio a lesson. As the seal collapsed, Morio possessed Yellow Spring's altered body. The immortal ghost army stirred like stone figures and rose from underground, tearing the temple apart and plunging the demon country into chaos. Chapter 169, Hinata and Shion, my status is above yours. Quick, send for aid from the Land of Fire right away. Morio's ghost army had swept through the entire demon country in less than a day. As an ancient, isolated realm with no shinobi village, one that relied on shrine maidens and still fought with spears and bows, the demon country had no way to resist the undead horde. In less than a day, several fortresses had fallen with heavy casualties. Arrows could not pierce the stone defenses. Even where cannon fire could shatter bodies, the undead stone forms mended instantly. These beings were immortal unless Morio himself was dealt with. They were harder to deal with than a reanimation army that could at least be sealed away. Their current shrine maiden had not yet come of age. The feudal lords could only issue urgent orders and send carrier birds begging for help from the Land of Fire. The message did not reach Tsunade until 3 days later. After reading it, her expression changed sharply. She called for Hinata, who had been helping in the Hokage's office. "Hinata, go and summon Izanami. Tell him to drop everything and come here immediately." Hinata put down the documents in her hands, nodded, and replied, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Izanami, who had been cultivating yin-yang release at home, arrived quickly. When he saw Tsunade bent over a blank scroll, writing furiously, he asked, "Hokage-sama, is something wrong?" Now a super-level combatant, Izanami had become something of a symbol in Konoha. Tsunade rarely sent him on missions unless it was absolutely necessary. Keeping a fighter like him in reserve was far more practical than wasting him on ordinary tasks. If she called him in, then something serious must have happened. "Read this first. Wait until I finish writing before you speak," Tsunade said without looking up, placing a sealed envelope on the documents beside her and continuing to write at a furious pace. Izanami opened the envelope while Tsunade's pen scratched on. Inside were a letter and a photograph. He glanced at the photo and was taken aback. "Hinata?" Hinata, assuming he had called her, walked over. Izanami handed her the photo and pretended to be curious. "Hinata, does this girl look like you from 2 years ago?" Hinata studied the picture and blurted, "She really does." The photograph showed a girl around Hinata's age, physically less developed than Hinata now, wearing a white top and red Miko skirt. Her long, light brown hair and purple eyes gave off the same pure aura Hinata was known for. Her figure reminded Izanami of how Hinata had looked 2 years earlier. There was no mistaking she was a shrine maiden of great spiritual presence. Without even finishing the letter, Izanami recognized the girl. It was Shion, the shrine maiden from that movie, the one who had foretold Naruto's death in that old Shippuden film. He couldn't remember the finer details of the plot after a decade in this world, but Shion's face stuck with him. Izanami opened the letter and read. As he read, the wood clone he had left monitoring the ninja world relayed every scrap of information and scene in real time. His expression grew serious. The movie villains had never been ordinary, and the facts in the letter confirmed it. The demon country sat at the edge of the ninja continent, separated from the land of fire by several smaller nations. Backwater and feudal, it had no ninja village and only a sparse population clinging to mountains and forests. Konoha's usual surveillance did not focus on it, but the letter had been sent 3 days ago about an undead outbreak. Somehow this disaster had evaded the Reincarnation Eye's usual detection. That alone made Izanami uneasy. If something could hide from an ability like that, apart from White Zetsu's ephemeral techniques, then whatever they were facing was dangerous. The letter's contents were simple and grim. The monster sealed by the Shrine Maiden's ritual had returned, and with it came the ghost army that had once nearly destroyed the world. It roamed the demon country searching for the current Shrine Maiden. The feudal lords asked Konoha to send strong shinobi to protect the Miko and to dispatch troops to support them. Tsunade, having just finished the scroll she had been writing, rolled it up and handed it to Shizune. "Take this to Shikaku and stay in touch with me," she ordered. "Yes, Hokage-sama," Shizune acknowledged, then body flickered away. Tsunade looked up at Izanami. "Did you ever leave behind a Flying Thunder God formula in the demon country?" "No." Izanami shook his head. "That place is too remote and had no village. I haven't been there." Tsunade nodded and opened a desk drawer, drawing out a red scroll. The map on it wasn't the crude, store-bought map of nations. It was a detailed compilation put together by Konoha's intelligence division in year 62. Every district, obscure place name, even some mysterious locations. She found the demon country on the map and looked at the surrounding states. "Do you have Flying Thunder God formulas in the Bear Country, the Earth Country, or the Land of Lightning?" she asked. "I do in the Earth Country and the Land of Lightning. Not in the Bear Country," Izanami answered. To him, the formula didn't matter much. Combined with the Reincarnation Eye and Heavenly Transfer technique, he could get wherever he needed to almost instantly. Then go to the Earth Country first, and then head straight to the Demon Country. Tsunade drew a red circle over a region of the Demon Country and handed the scroll to Izanami. "Above that area is where the Shrine Maiden hides. Your mission is to protect this generation's Miko and help her seal the Ghost Army's master. Only a Shrine Maiden's power can restrain that thing." Izanami listened as Tsunade recounted what she knew. "It was called Morio, I think," she said. "Years ago, an immortal, indestructible undead force arose, impervious to blades and intent on destroying the world. The previous Miko, Moroku of the Demon Country, managed to seal the Ghost Army and its leader. Morio is said to be the fated enemy of Shrine Maidens. Only a Miko can seal it." She paused, then warned, "If you want, you can try to locate Morio and test it, see if it can be killed. But remember, if you can't kill it, then only the Miko's power will be able to seal it. Don't be reckless. Don't let an irreversible situation happen." "I understand." Izanami nodded. He took Hinata's small hand and said, "For this mission, I want to take Hinata with me." "Good," Tsunade agreed. "I'll be more comfortable with both of you together. You have the Flying Thunder God technique. If you need anything, have a wood clone come back and get it. Depart immediately. Don't let the enemy locate the Miko first." "Yes," Izanami answered, then vanished with Hinata. They arrived in the Earth Country in a blink. Before Hinata could speak, the scene shifted again, and they were already standing in front of a shrine. Hinata had been about to say she wanted a map and would lead the way with her Byakugan, assuming Izanami couldn't sense such things here. She had forgotten his wood clones were independent enough to use the Reincarnation Eye and Heavenly Transfer. As long as a coordinate was given, he could appear there instantly. She felt embarrassed at nearly saying so out loud. "Who are you people?" a voice demanded. A priest in traditional attire stood at the shrine entrance, peering at them warily. Izanami stepped forward calmly. "We are shinobi from Konoha, here to protect Miko Shion." He produced his Konoha headband and the letter from Tsunade and handed them to the priest. The priest opened the envelope, read the seal and contents, and visibly relaxed. He bowed deeply. "Forgive my suspicion. The Ghost Army includes 4 shinobi-skilled undead. I feared they might have disguised themselves as Konoha people. I am Ashuho, Lord Shion's guard. I am Jonin Izanami of Konoha, and this is Hyuga Hinata. Izanami replied. At the name, Ashuho's face transformed into astonished joy. Lord Izanami, with your protection, Lord Shion will be safe. Take us to Miko Shion, Izanami said. Yes, please come this way. As Ashuho led them inside, he kept glancing at Hinata with surprise. Izanami noted it and smiled quietly. Hinata had matured early. If she looked like the woman in the photo, Ashuho's amazement made sense. Apart from hair and eye color differences, Hinata was the spitting image of Shion, only larger. They entered the main hall. Seated on a cushion was Shion in a red and white Miko outfit, a bell brooch at her throat. Her long, tea-colored hair fell around her. She sat cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation. Even with only a photo before, Hinata couldn't help the pang of shock. Shion was in many ways exactly like her. Ashuho, reinforcements from the Land of Fire have arrived, Ashuho announced respectfully. At that, Shion opened her eyes. Her purple irises were cool and detached, noble and emotionless. But the next moment, something in her gaze changed. Her pupils flickered from purple to blue-violet, layered with strange overlapping patterns. Her eyes seemed to travel across time. Her expression went blank. Ashuho's face fell. Shion's prophecy ability had triggered uncontrollably again. Every time she prophesied, the person she foresaw usually met death afterward. The implication was chilling. Could even a super-level combatant like Izanami be helpless here? Shion suddenly screamed. Her pupils snapped back to normal, and bloody tears ran from the corners of her eyes. She clutched her face in agony. Lord Shion, Ashuho exclaimed, torn between wanting to help and fearing to intrude. He stepped back, not daring to touch her. Hinata, go treat her, Izanami ordered. Yes. Hinata moved immediately. Ashuho bowed to her with renewed respect. Lord Hinata, please, leave it to me. Hinata knelt beside Shion, gently taking her hands and using medical ninjutsu to tend to her eyes. She opened her byakugan to look through Shion's body. Soon she spoke softly. Your eyes are fine. They received a sudden, intense stimulus. It's a backlash from whatever jutsu triggered your prophecy. They should recover quickly. After a few moments, Hinata finished and said, Try opening your eyes now. Shion did. Her sight was briefly blurred, then cleared. The pain faded. Thank you, she whispered. She glanced at Izanami with shock, surprise, and a trace of fear. Who are you, really? Izanami had been watching the strange symbols and auras around Shion more than her expressions. He asked pointedly, When your prophecy triggered just now, what did you see of me? Shion shook her head in confusion. I saw nothing. I saw a blank space. She sounded bewildered. My prophecy triggers automatically every time, but you're the only being whose future I cannot see. No one at that moment noticed how Shion's expression softened. Her usual lofty detachment, treating others like ants, was gone, replaced by a hint of human excitement. Izanami didn't comment on that. His gaze had been drawn to the attributes he could sense around her, and they surprised him. Miko power. 2 gold attributes and a purple, that far outclassed common rookies like Sakura or Ino. If Hinata didn't have a gold and a red, she couldn't even compare. What puzzled Izanami more was that Shion showed no chakra signature, yet she had a purple Kage-level aptitude. How had she unlocked that without chakra? He did not think the talent system was bugged, rather there was some secret buried within this Miko. The top attribute, Miko power, incomplete, was gold but labeled incomplete. If the incomplete form was already gold, what would a complete Miko power be? A higher gold? A red? Zoning back to the present, Izanami gave a small smirk. It's only natural you couldn't see my future, he said, because my status is above yours. How could a Miko who served a deity possibly peer into a god's future? Unless it was a god-level prophecy, even a red-level prophetic ability wouldn't touch Izanami. For a mere gold-level sight to attempt to read someone like him, who carried 2 rainbow-tier attributes and Otsutsuki-level defenses, was remarkable that her eyes didn't fail on the spot. A higher status than me. Shion's expression flickered between understanding and confusion. Ashuho and Hinata, on the other hand, took it to mean a difference in strength. After all, superlative combat power wasn't in the same league as theirs. Izanami didn't bother to explain. He walked over to Shion, crouched down, looked directly into the witch's purple eyes and asked, Do you mind physical contact? A handshake will do. I need to check your body. Shion felt her body betray her. Looking at Izanami's handsome face, whether by the halo effect or some other reason, her skin warmed, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. She quickly lowered her head, raised a trembling little hand, and answered in a voice barely above a whisper, Yes! Hinata fell silent. It wasn't jealousy so much as a sense of seeing her past self reflected in Shion, so similar in manner and timidity that Hinata could almost imagine Shion as a sister separated at birth if only the eye color matched. Izanami ignored Hinata's private thoughts. He took Shion's hand, channeled chakra into her body, and examined her. At first glance, Shion's physique seemed ordinary. No obvious chakra, no apparent extraordinary powers, yet that only made Shion more puzzling. Someone without a visible power shouldn't be able to prophesy. The very ability to foresee the future was itself extraordinary. Izanami couldn't perceive anything special, only that Shion's hidden nature must be even stranger than a normal ninja's. His eyes changed. The two golden markings and the single purple entry he'd noticed earlier flashed again. A smear of red shadow rimmed his eyes, and his blue pupils turned gold. Instantly, he activated Sage Mode. He poured Sage Art Chakra into Shion while viewing her with the Tenseigen-enhanced vision of a distant wood clone. At last, he saw what was hidden inside her. It was vast, like the energy of a Jinchuriki, yet not exactly chakra. It resembled Sage Art Chakra fused with natural energy, but still differed from either. He drew back the flow he had sent into her meridians and looked at the bell brooch on Shion's right chest. Surprise crossed his face. A high-level seal. That was what cloaked and suppressed the power inside her, making her appear ordinary. A seal that could only be detected by entering Sage Mode or using Ultimate Dojutsu. There were unknown secrets tied to Shion and Morio. For some reason, Izanami suddenly felt that those secrets might prove very useful to him. His interest flared. He stood, regarded the bowed witch, and asked, Your witches are said to be Morio's nemesis. Do you know where Morio is? Shion's heartbeat and body temperature steadied. She looked up and nodded. I can't sense its exact location, but I have a vague sense of the direction. Direction is enough, Izanami smiled. Let's go. Take care of that Morio quickly so we can save many lives. Shion immediately looked unsure. But my witch power is weak right now. I might not be able to seal Morio. Both Izanami and Hinata's expressions shifted subtly. Izanami hesitated, on the verge of saying that if Shion was weak, then very few were not. A gold entry upper limit could be a Kaji-level expert. If potential were fully realized, such a person could surpass the 5 Kage. Even gatekeepers like Pain's 6 Paths ranked as overlords of the ninja world. Nagato without his Rinnegan was only impressive because of other factors. Shion possessed 2 gold entries. Even if they were support types, their utility might outstrip Hinata's Byakugan. The prophecy that could see the future, if controllable, was akin to a weakened divine art. Hinata saw her old self in Shion again. She had once lacked confidence until meeting Izanami, and she couldn't help but comfort Shion. She laid a hand on the girl's shoulder and smiled gently. Don't worry, with Izayoi-kun here, you'll be fine. We'll seal Morio. Shion stared at Hinata like someone watching a reflection she didn't fully understand. Still, the one person whose future she couldn't read, Izanami, gave her a strange sense of security. She replied. She glanced from Hinata to Izanami, who was smiling, and then nodded with renewed resolve. I'll leave it to you. Ashuho bowed. Lord Izanami, Lady Hinata, please protect Lady Shion. Don't worry, it's our mission, Izanami said confidently. As long as I'm here, your witch will be safe. Shion's pulse quickened at Izanami's words. Afraid she'd get flustered again, she turned her gaze to Ashuho at her side. The next moment, her pupils shifted from purple to a layered pattern of blue and purple, and her face went blank. When she came back to herself, a complex, tragic emotion flashed across her features before she covered it with an impassive mask. Speaking as if to something small and insignificant, she said coldly, Ashuho, you are going to die soon. Ashuho blinked in surprise, then smiled serenely and bowed to her. Thank you for taking care of me all these years, Lady Shion. Forgive me for being unable to stay by your side. How? Is this prophecy? Hinata whispered, astonished. How does he die? If you don't want to say, you don't have to. Hinata started, but Shion went on at once. He was killed. I saw him pierced through the body by dark purple tentacles. Since you know what will kill him, can't you warn him to prepare? Hinata asked. Shion shook her head. It's useless. It's fate. Izanami's interest sharpened. Is that so? Let's do an experiment. Under the puzzled gazes of Shion and the others, Izanami's right shoulder twitched. A branch swelled out and quickly formed into a wood clone. The clone placed its hand on Ashuo's shoulder and smiled at Shion. Can you still see his future? Shion's eyes glazed. Her pupils took that blue and purple pattern again. When she regained her composure, disbelief filled her face. Fate has changed. Ashuho's expression lit up. If a prophesied death could be altered, then Shion was not an unbreakable harbinger of death. Izanami grinned. It seems fate isn't fixed. It can be changed by strength. He almost laughed. In a closed country like this, no ninja villages, few with extraordinary powers, witchcraft unmastered, how could they possibly rewrite destiny? For Izanami, changing Ashuho's fate was simple. Protect him with a wood clone. Even a clone carried power surpassing the 5 Kage. Unless a Kaji-level killer arrived, no one would get past it. He could whisk Ashuho off the continent or seal him away. There were countless ways to save him. Shion stood stunned. All her life she'd used prophecy to warn and to try to save people. Every prediction had come true. Over time, she'd come to believe destiny was unbreakable and adopted a distant, emotionless exterior to shield herself from the pain of seeing death. Those defenses shattered now. The first time she'd met someone whose future she couldn't read, the first time she'd seen fate rewritten, Izanami, already special and compelling in her eyes, suddenly seemed even brighter. Her heart fluttered in a way she hadn't expected. Let's move and pick up the pace, Izanami said. The wood clone vanished with Ashuho, and Izanami turned to Shion and Hinata. Then he disappeared into the shrine. Shion, can you use the body flicker? Hinata asked. I'm not a ninja. Shion replied. In that case, I'll carry you. Please, Shion shyly climbed onto Hinata's back. Hinata smiled and set off, activating her Byakugan and hurrying toward the direction of Izanami's chakra. They entered a forest and quickly caught up with Izanami, who was standing amid 4 bodies, their deaths atrocious. Nearby were pools of purple blood and dark purple, barbed tentacles, evidence of Morio's handiwork. Shion's eyes grew complicated. Those are the ones who will kill Ashuho in the future, she said. See, Izayoi-kun is amazing, Hinata said proudly. With him, you'll be able to seal Morio. Shion nodded with newfound confidence. Izanami asked, which way is Morio? Shion closed her eyes as if sensing something. She opened them and pointed toward the 2 o'clock direction. That way. They moved. Izanami used body flicker to surge ahead. Hinata followed, bearing Shion. Shion clung to Hinata's neck, her gaze flicking between Hinata's strong back and Izanami's receding figure. She hesitated, then asked softly, Are you Hinata? Yes, Hyuga Hinata. Hinata smiled. And you? Shion, please take care of me. She then awkwardly asked the question on her mind. What is your relationship with Izanami? Hinata's eyes sharpened for a beat, and she calmly claimed, He's my fiancé. Shion went pale, not with sorrow, but with a kind of fearful awe. Those were terrifying eyes. She shivered and dared not glance at Izanami again. They passed through the forest into rocky mountains. Cliff faces and steep paths were no obstacle to Izanami and Hinata, who could run along walls and ceilings. Suddenly, stone-like undead, earth-release constructs burst from the ground and attacked. Shion was about to shout a warning when Izanami clapped his hands. Wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. The Rocky Mountains trembled. Branches ripped through soil and stone, forming a green wave that swept away and buried the undead legions. The living forest surged in, turning the rocky expanse into verdant growth and swallowing the self-repairing golems for the time being. With that one move, Izanami cleared their path. Has the direction changed? He asked. No. Shion's face was grave. The feeling is getting stronger. Morio can't be far. Good. Izanami grinned, put his hand on Hinata's shoulder, and teleported them to the end of the forest. Shion ignored the urge to ask how and quickly refocused. She pointed to a primitive volcano at 10 o'clock. It's inside that mountain. Hinata, eyes wide with Byakugan, went solemn. My Byakugan senses no chakra. Izanami, however, had activated Sage Mode again. I can sense it. Let's go. They reached a rocky cliff with a temple entrance. As Shion pointed it out, hundreds of undead reappeared. Hinata, stay close, Izanami warned, and shot forward. Hinata followed with Shion on her back. Sage Art, Storm released Judgment. Izanami condensed a blue ball of chakra infused with water and lightning nature transformations and fired a massive beam that pulverized the rock golems before contracting into a light sword. He sliced through the abominations and reached the temple entrance. Hinata carried Shion inside, while Izanami used wood release to seal the mouth. The undead didn't attempt to pass, a clear sign that Morio knew the ghost army couldn't overcome Izanami. The interior was a volcanic cave. Rivers of magma roared on both sides of a winding path, and at the end stood an altar. Izanami paused and used hand seals to flood the ground with wood release chakra to detect any clones. Finding no black Zetsu or white Zetsu presences, he walked to the altar with Hinata and Shion. At the altar, a figure sat on a throne in the shadows. It stepped forward and smiled at Shion. "You've grown, daughter of the priestess." Yomi, covered in black cursed seals, frail, almost puppet-like, stood there. Even Hinata's Byakugan couldn't pick up clear life signs. Shion instinctively hid behind Hinata and pointed at him, unsure how to even describe him. "My name is Yomi," he introduced himself, voice brittle. "A failure whose ambition was foiled by your mother. This time, Lord Morio and I will not fail again. Ha ha!" He laughed and then collapsed. A dark purple energy body surged forth from his inert flesh. It floated, voice low and echoing. "My flesh body has finally arrived." "That's Morio," Shion warned, and her eyes fell on a box on the altar. "This temple, my mother mentioned it. It's where Morio can be sealed." "How do we seal it?" Hinata asked. Shion replied, "I need to stand in the center of the altar. It will take a while to activate the sealing ritual." Morio laughed. "I knew the previous witch would leave records. I came ahead to wait. You have no chance. Merge with me. Enter a bipolar union. Let me take control of your body. Such power in you is a waste of heavenly resources." From the start, Morio paid little heed to Izanami and Hinata. If not for Rinnegan users like Uchiha Madara, its immortal, indestructible body would fear nothing. It could not be killed by normal means, and without a witch's power, it could not be sealed. The idea of union touched Izanami's curiosity. This secret might be precisely what he had been sensing. He feigned uncertainty. "Bipolar union? Aren't you and the witches sworn enemies?" "We are sworn enemies," Morio admitted, still smug, "but we're of one heart and body." "What do you mean?" Hinata asked, astonished. Izanami felt a flash of insight. Bipolar union, one heart and body, another form of the Rinnegan? Shion cried out, "What are you saying? My mother and I were destined to seal you." Morio continued without shame. The witch's power was too great in ancient times. To prevent misuse, the original witch split her heart and thoughts into two halves. Over the millennia, this became the witch and Morio. We were originally one being. Only the witch can seal me. I can only be fully resurrected by taking over the witch's body. The altar is both the seal and the ritual of bipolar union. You, who have not yet mastered your power, cannot resist. Merge with me." Then Morio lunged, not at Shion, but at Izanami, aiming for the strongest obstacle. Izanami countered with a blinding laser that split Morio's dark energy body in two. It hurt so much. Morio howled as the shards rejoined, its voice edged with fear. "Sage power? Are you the successor of the three great sages?" "You even know of the three great sage regions?" Izanami said, caught off guard. "Then do you know the six-path sage?" Morio snapped. "Are you testing me? I know of Kaguya." It bared more knowledge than a villain ought to. But Izanami rationalized that Morio's long cycles of being sealed and resurrected probably didn't leave much time to learn the modern world. Izanami stepped back to Shion's side and smiled. "My power can't kill it. The rest is up to you, Shion." Shion froze. For a moment she feared abandonment. Then she remembered her mother's dying instruction and the duty of a witch. Her eyes hardened. "Izanami Hinata, leave this to me. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let Morio take my body." Izanami approved with a thumbs up. He placed a hand on her shoulder and grinned. "This is your stage. Show me the witch's power, Shion." He closed his eyes and silently activated the Tenseigen. Using yin-yang release, he let his power flow into Shion. The bell brooch on her chest exploded in dazzling white light, tearing through the cave's darkness. Morio laughed in triumph, at first. "Ah, so this is perfect. I planned to take that boy's body to seize the amulet, but you removed it for me." Then something changed. Morio's chuckle turned to alarm. "Wait, the seal is breaking? How is this possible?" No, stop! It shrieked as its dark purple mass lunged. But the brooch cracked crisply and turned into white shards that dissolved into photons and seeped into Shion. The dark purple energy hit an invisible barrier and recoiled, becoming a mist that merged slowly and painfully. Morio screamed that the seal left by that woman shouldn't have been broken so easily. Shion floated, lifted by an unseen force as white light bathed the volcanic cave. Everything except Morio was engulfed in radiance. Shion's appearance changed right before their eyes. Her light brown hair lengthened and shifted to gold, growing to her knees. The white light contracted and formed a halo, vertical above her head like an angel's crown. She hovered, unmoving, and then slowly opened her eyes. Expressionless as when they had first met, she raised her palm toward the misty Morio. "No, please, no," Morio begged, but before it could finish, the altar flared with purple light and a cylindrical barrier rose, sealing it. The dark purple mist dissipated, and white photons seeped deeper into Shion. Her eyes shut as the ritual completed. Izanami watched intently, and something in him ignited. One of the three spheres around Shion shifted color, gold turning to red, witch power, red. But what gripped him wasn't simply another attribute to catalog. Memories flashed. The original witch splitting her heart, destiny manipulating powers, immortality, bipolar unions. A plan formed in an instant. "This time it's your turn to help me, Shion," Izanami said, eyes widening as the Tensegan form touched his irises. He thrust out a hand and released a green beam of light that passed through Shion's chest. The anomaly halted immediately. The green sphere pulsed, then returned to Izanami. He fully unleashed yin-yang release, fusing that energy with the sage art chakra in his body. Boom! The volcano trembled under the power. The aura shot high into the sky. Across the ninja world, and beyond, every sensor-capable shinobi turned their gaze toward the mountain. Then things went quiet. Only Hinata, who still held Shion, stared at Izanami in stunned silence. Izanami closed his tensegan. The red shadow around his eyes faded, but his pupils remained golden. His body was saturated with astonishing sage art chakra. Around him floated 9 black orbs the size of billiard balls. The truth was unmistakable. Six-Path Sage Mode. Chapter 171. The Gaze of the Six-Path Sage. Even gods can be killed. This chakra, somewhere in the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara, combing through the ruins of the ancestral country, turned toward a single direction with disbelief in his eyes. What the hell? That kid's chakra just eclipsed me, Otsutsuki Toneri, and Hashirama in an instant. What happened there? Doubts crowded his mind. Madara prepared to form his complete body Susanoo and fly toward Izayoi's location, but he checked himself. With Izayoi's current chakra intensity, sending his main body in could spark a catastrophic battle, and it might draw Otsutsuki Toneri in as well. Unsure whether the two were allied, Madara did not trust a fight against both. Now was not the time for kings to clash. He ordered the wood clone that was watching Black Zetsu to take Black Zetsu to investigate instead. Such terrifying chakra. This is Izayoi's chakra. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato, having transplanted new eyes and recovered his sight, gazed toward the demon country and muttered, "Not only high-intensity natural energy, but a different kind of force. How can it affect this place from so far away as if it were right next to me?" Conan, stunned, added, "This chakra is beyond even a tailed beast." The members of Akatsuki were shaken. Sasori sighed. First the moon was cut, and now the rise of a wood-release ninja. I thought the era would be decided by Nagato and Otsutsuki Toneri. I never expected things to develop like this. So terrifying. It's like seeing Lord Jashin descend. Even the fool Hidan felt fear. He glared at Kakuzu and asked seriously, "You really fought the first Hokage? To survive the god of shinobi, you can't be hiding your strength, can you?" Kakuzu, staring at the demon country, replied gravely, "I did fight Senju Hashirama, but his chakra was nothing like this. This kind of chakra surpasses even tailed beasts. If I remember correctly, Konoha's wood-release ninja only graduated from the academy 2 years ago. At his age, to wield chakra that outclasses Madara, Toneri, and even the leader, what secrets does that kid hide?" Orochimaru, in the land of rice fields, hissed with excitement and shock. "Everyone in the shinobi world underestimated you, Izayoi. To remain composed before Uchiha Obito and the Akatsuki leader, and yet have such power at this age. He understands the world and hides a great secret." Now he's finally stepped onto the same stage as those two. In the land of water, atop the Mizukage building, Mei Terumi trembled as she looked toward the demon country. The land of water is so far from the Shinobi continent. Why does that chakra affect us? And it's so intense. If it were here, how terrifying would it be? Hidden Mist's ninja echoed her alarm. Izayoi had become the center of attention across the world despite never revealing himself or engaging in a clash. Far from the Shinobi continent, shielded by a powerful barrier, Otsutsuki Ishiki likewise lost his composure. He watched the demon country's direction and muttered, "Such powerful natural energy, similar to that woman Kaguya's son, yet different. This presence is neither the Rinnegan awakened Uchiha Madara nor Otsutsuki Toneri on the moon. Could there be unknown powerful beings in the Shinobi world?" He scowled, thinking, "After 1,000 years, such power reappearing means I may have to hide again. How detestable." Black Zetsu, merged with Madara's wood clone, felt a storm inside when he looked toward the demon country. If not for fear of being detected by Madara, his face would have shown outright panic. Six-path Sage Mode. Didn't that require a sage body? Aside from Hagoromo, only Asura, who inherited the sage body, should ever have hope of obtaining it. For 1,000 years, only Asura had briefly wielded that power. Even Senju Hashirama, superior to Asura, failed to obtain it. As the being who understood Asura and Indra most, Black Zetsu's sensing should have detected Asura's chakra if Asura's reincarnation were present. He had located Asura among the Senju and Uzumaki by such sensing. Yet Izayoi bore no trace of Asura's chakra. Nagato's chakra bore no trace either. If there were no surprises, Asura's reincarnation ought to be this generation's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The fated battle between Asura and Indra had persisted for a millennium. Their chakras reincarnated together, and their reincarnations tended to be contemporaries in proximity. This generation's Asura reincarnation was either Izayoi or Uzumaki Naruto. There could not be a third. Now someone who was not Asura's reincarnation had obtained six-path sage power. Black Zetsu's panic deepened. Could it be Hagoromo's contingency or the influence of his soul on the living world? Rinnegan, Tenseigan, six-path sage mode, those otherworldly powers had simultaneously appeared in this era and chosen different hosts. This was more terrifying than the era of Hashirama and Madara. If all three clashed, the continent might be shattered. Madara's wood clone suddenly formed its complete body Susanoo and ascended, flying toward the demon country. "Lord Madara, are you going to war with Konoha's wood release ninja?" Black Zetsu warned. "We're only a wood clone and a will manifestation. We can't stand against Izayoi. Send a white Zetsu clone to gather information first." Madara smiled slightly. "No matter, I'll observe that kid up close. You're immortal. Even if you're killed or sealed, my main body can recreate you with yin-yang release. What's to fear?" Black Zetsu laughed dryly, outwardly agreeing, but sneering inside. "Arrogant fool, if you die, I won't give you a second chance to spy on me." Izayoi did not know that the instant he entered six-path sage mode, the world reacted. He stood in a deep, mysterious state in the volcanic cave. Magma raged and threatened to erupt, but he only tapped the ground lightly. Yin-yang release flowed into the earth. The volcanic fury calmed like a maddened lion soothed. The searing magma and quake-induced fissures closed and healed. Hinata, who had activated her Byakugan, and Shion, weak and not yet unconscious in Hinata's arms, didn't notice the changes. Only Izayoi, even without opening his Tenseigan, saw the scene clearly. The earlier chaos from Izayoi's sage art and the witch's power had already sent ripples around the world. Now, in six-path sage mode, he was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Like Shion's witch power, which remained invisible unless one used sage mode and ultimate ocular techniques, Izayoi's bond with nature meant that without sensing or ocular powers of that dimension, his strength could not be perceived. Is this six-path sage mode? He raised his hands and thought, comparing it to Tenseigan Chakra mode, the difference was enormous. Tenseigan Chakra mode simply made chakra orbs easier and faster to form. Without that mode, Izayoi could still make orbs, just slower and fewer. That form burned chakra constantly and gave only chakra orbs. Six-path sage mode, however, was a stat monster. In the original tale, Uzumaki Naruto's six-path sage mode was called a divine state granted by the ancestor of ninja, touching the power of all things and able to influence creation. It allowed sensing the flow of life, an understanding of the world's structure, and a way to bind others' chakra to one's own in order to communicate and resolve conflict. It was godlike power, the level of a six paths being. Izayoi knew because the system pinged him the moment he entered. His personal panel showed Sage Body, red, rainbow. He had seen the dual color before and understood why it appeared. "I want to test something," he murmured. Teal-green chakra surged as he entered Tenseigen chakra mode at the same time. Dragon-like horns rose on his forehead, and his Tenseigen pupils shifted from blue-white to gold, almost like a miniature giant Tenseigen. He did not notice his eyes change. Layering Tenseigen chakra mode on top of six-path sage mode, he unleashed the Tenseigen's long-range vision, an omniscient perspective sweeping the entire Shinobi world and even the myriad islands beyond. Then he activated chakra penetration and overlaid the six-path sage mode sensing. The world's structure broke into analyzable patterns, life fluctuations, chakra fluctuations, animal movements. Everything showed as distinct signatures. Even Black Zetsu and the White Zetsu clones, using the ephemeral technique, were exposed. Izayoi felt no glee in that exposure. Like a god looking down, he scanned the globe, his gaze locked on an island. He placed a hand on Hinata to link chakra and form a mental space, instructed her on a few things, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Hinata and Shion back to Konoha. Then he shut off Tenseigen chakra mode and closed his Tenseigen. He vanished from the volcanic cave and reappeared, floating above the ocean. He flew toward the island he'd seen. He dove toward a great mountain. One of the truth-seeking balls at his side became a black beam and shot down, cracking the space as it pierced. Barriers meant nothing before it. The beam drove into the mountain and flashed with blinding white light. Izayoi melted the remaining 8 truth-seeking balls together into a giant black sphere to surround him. The small sphere erupted in white light brighter than the sun. An earth-shattering blast engulfed the mountain. The light vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving no lingering force, and the mountain itself was gone. On the island, a huge basin remained where all creation had been turned to nothing. The giant sphere reverted to 8 truth-seeking balls that floated around him. Izayoi stared down at the basin, waiting. Nothing shot into the sky. Is it too late? He wondered. If he was too late, Otsutsuki Ishiki had escaped. With six-path sage mode layered on Tenseigen chakra mode, Izayoi had detected Ishiki's chakra signature and marked it, but the range of truth-seeking balls was limited. Had the range been greater, he could have revealed the Tenseigen fully and used the heavenly transfer technique to airdrop a reality-destroying truth-seeking ball on Ishiki. Alas, even after deactivating Tenseigen mode and flying in with six-path sage mode's blending with nature, he was a step behind. A surviving higher-ranked Otsutsuki from Hagoromo's era, already preparing a resurrection plan, was not easy prey. Still, I have your signature now, Izayoi thought. Unless you keep using divine techniques to shrink yourself, once your chakra returns to normal, you'll be exposed. He prepared to vanish, but then the holy white photons that clung to him flared. His golden pupils, overwhelming chakra, and the 8 truth-seeking balls all winked out at a visible speed. The flight-granting effect of six-path sage mode vanished too. As he fell, he stared at his hands, puzzled. Only a few minutes. My chakra hardly drained. Why did this power end so suddenly? Standing firm on his feet, he brought up his personal panel. The Sage Body entry now read Sage Body. The dual color had disappeared, the rainbow tag was gone, and the font and level were red. Izayoi mulled this over. In the original story, Naruto's six-path sage mode had been temporary, while Sasuke's six-tomoe Rinnegan was permanent. Hagoromo, having favored Asura, would be more likely to grant lasting power to his heir, but Naruto still lost the ability. The original setting had six-path sage mode choose its host. Its prerequisites were a resolute spirit and an unyielding will. To Izayoi, that reason seemed flimsy. Hagoromo possessed the power permanently. The dual-color display, the system notification, and the example of Naruto's wood release turning dual color when he wore Tobi's mask suggested other rules. Perhaps Naruto could not keep Six Paths' power for 2 reasons. He lacked an all-attribute constitution, and, after the Six Paths' power faded, he could not use yin-yang release or the ultimate 7 nature transformations, and his sage body had not been fully developed. Asura and Indra once reconciled, their chakras no longer reincarnated and possibly returned to a pure land, removing Naruto's chance to elevate his sage body to the next level. Izayoi's configuration, by contrast, matched Hagoromo's, the ultimate 7 transformations, full yin-yang release, a sage body able to hold natural energy, witch power that could substitute for reincarnation and fate guidance, and chakra beads that aided yin-yang release and unified opposites into a single whole. He had them all. Logically, six-path sage mode should have lasted, but it ended after minutes. Something was wrong. The system reacted to the sage body, and the sage body contained the natural energy, so the answer must lie with the sage body. He didn't linger. Without six-path sage mode, he needed Tenseigen power to deal with Ishiki. He prepared to activate his Tenseigen and move, unaware that after his six-path sage mode deactivated, a soul body had materialized quietly above, watching him. The figure had horns, short brown hair unlike Hamura's or his mother's white hair, a white coat marked by 6 black tomoi on the chest and a red whirl symbol on the back, and 9 tomoi arranged beneath. 9 black spheres hovered around him. It was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, the founder of the Shinobi sect, worshipped as a god, the ancestor of the Shinobi, the six-path sage. Unlike Otsutsuki Hamura, who had shown astonishment and praise at Izayoi as an Otsutsuki wonder, Hagoromo watched with no visible emotion. His Rinnegan showed no shock, no fear, no hostility, only calm as a deep pool. No one knew what the true god of Shinobi thought. If Izayoi could see him, he would not be surprised, he would be glad. Hagoromo's failure to appear earlier and to show himself only when six-path sage mode had been lost indicated that a being at Hagoromo's level could not remain hidden in the face of six-path sage mode. Losing the mystery of a high-dimensional being was like a game boss revealing its health bar. To players, even a god with a health bar meant it could be killed, and if one had a one-hit kill cheat, the god could be struck down in an instant. Chapter 172, Shion joins, the Six Paths Sage's Investment. It's over already? In Konoha, the shinobi who had gathered and were ready to depart to support the demon country suddenly received word that the Morio disaster was finished. Those who had barely finished preparations stood frozen. Naruto Uzumaki, who envied Sasuke Uchiha's strength and had finally been taken to Mount Myoboku by Jiraiya to cultivate sage techniques, had been gearing up to perform well on the mission. Hearing that Izanami had resolved the demon country's crisis, his eyes widened in disbelief. Sasuke, slightly startled as well, gave a short snort and allowed a small curve of a smile. That arrogant guy. He always wants people to know he did it. How boring. With that, Sasuke turned and walked away, but a storm churned inside him. That terrifying chakra he had just sensed, despite Hashirama's cells and the chakra he'd intensified over the past 2 years, was still something Sasuke knew he could not match, even if his power were multiplied 100-fold. He had thought his strength had leapt forward. He had not expected Izanami to be so far beyond him. Did this man truly have no limits? Lord 16 Knights moved. No wonder the Morio disaster ended so quickly. As expected of Lord 16 Knights, even the immortal Morio couldn't stand before him. Was that chakra he released transmitted here from the demon country? If I remember right, the demon country is over in the land of lightning and the land of earth. That's several countries away. How many kilometers is that? If it could be sensed so clearly here, doesn't that mean every country could sense Lord 16 Knight's chakra? Is this a super-level battle power? A chakra burst nearly affected the entire Shinobi continent. Too strong. With Lord 16 Knights here, Konoha won't have to fear Uchiha Madara or Otsutsuki Toneri. Cheering spread through Konoha. As the villagers learned what had happened, they celebrated. Izanami's reputation shot upward again, and the news rippled across the entire ninja world, even as far as the islands. Those who had felt Izanami's chakra were stunned to learn it had spread across the continent and had even been clearly sensed in the distant land of water. The shock was like watching the moon fracture. Maybe even the ninja god is inferior by comparison. No one knew who first said it, but the sentiment spread quickly and found agreement. The ninja world had seen many famous battles and figures. Hanzo versus the 3 Sannin, Minato Namikaze cutting down dozens of Stone Nation shinobi, the 3rd Raikage standing against 10,000 enemies, But none of those moments matched the scale of the Valley of the End, where the ninja god and the shinobi asura reshaped the land itself. It had been a singular, super-level event. After that came the fights between the Akatsuki leader and Otsutsuki Toneri, and Izanami versus the Akatsuki leader, but even those did not match the Valley of the End in destructiveness. Yet both the moon splitting and Izanami's chakra burst were events the entire ninja world could see and feel. Even Senju Hashirama in life had not displayed such reach. Doing what predecessors could not do meant surpassing them. Izanami's astonishing performance pushed him beyond parity with the Akatsuki leader and into the same echelon as Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Toneri. Among those four super-level powers, Nagato now seemed the weakest. The feudal lords of the Land of Fire, upon hearing the news, sent envoys again to Konoha, this time openly urging Tsunade to step down. Tsunade found herself hesitant. Should she continue to train Izanami for another 2 years, or hand him the Hokage office now? With Izanami's strength, even if he lacked political skill, no one would dare defy him. As the de facto protector of the village, his power was the strongest argument. Izanami paid no mind to those high-level concerns. After returning to Konoha from the island, he had set a different plan in motion, a gentle trap for Shion. Over the past few days, Izanami had been Konoha's official host to the traveling priestess. Using wood clone technique to disguise himself, he and Hinata and the others took turns showing Shion the village. The priestess, ostracized in her homeland like a Jinchuriki and raised in a shrine, was like a country girl in a bustling city. She fell in love with Konoha at once. Shion, who had had no friends, quickly bonded with Hinata and Karen. Hinata, knowing Shion's history, felt a strong empathy for the girl. She saw herself in Shion before she had met Izanami. Karen, who had also lived through hardship before meeting Izanami, understood loneliness well and could sympathize instantly. As three girls of similar experience, they had no barriers with each other. Even Hanabi took a liking to the girl who reminded her of her sister. In just a few days, Shion's initial reserve softened into a lively openness. If her ash-brown hair had been black and her purple eyes turned to Byakugan, she and Hanabi would have passed as sisters. Shion loved Konoha and the three girls so much that she almost forgot she was the priestess of the demon country. Seeing how attached Shion had become, Izanami finally revealed his intention. "Huh? Join Konoha?" Shion did not expect the invitation. A surprised, pleased expression crossed her small face, but then she remembered her identity. The light in her eyes dimmed, and she forced a smile. "I'm honored by your invitation, but I am the priestess of the demon country and bear the duty of protecting it." "No," Izanami said with a smile. "Your duty as priestess was to seal Morio. Now that Morio is gone and you have awakened the power of the original priestess, you have broken the destiny previous priestesses couldn't. You are free." Broken destiny, free. Shion's expression went dreamy, then curiosity and wonder brightened her eyes. So this was what breaking fate felt like. She had not realized it could be possible. Fate was not necessarily fixed. Even prophesied deaths could be rewritten. Izanami had rewritten Ashuho's fate without even intending to. Still, thinking of the people in the demon country who feared her yet worshipped the priestess, Shion hesitated. Izanami pressed his advantage gently. "If you can't leave the demon country behind, you don't have to. The demon country is remote. It's not destined to be a battlefield between the great nations. Join Konoha and I will sign an alliance with your country in Konoha's name. If it faces danger, I will step in. With my space-time ability, I can reach the demon country instantly. I will also help you fully master the priestess's power. When that time comes, if you want to return to protect your people, you will have my backing." Shion's eyes grew brighter with each promise. Her reluctance had been rooted in duty. The demon country had no shinobi village and had always relied on the priestess. She, as the priestess, had to be its protector. Now that Morio was defeated, the demon country's greatest threat would be neighboring nations, so its greatest need would be a powerful ally. Having witnessed Izanami's strength and his reputation over the past few days, and knowing how monumental the chakra event had been, Shion understood the value of such protection. If sacrificing her own solitude could secure a powerful protector for her homeland, it was worth it. Moved, but still unsure, Shion hesitated. Seeing this, Izanami took her hand and looked at her earnestly. Join Konoha, Shion. The world of Shinobi is chaotic. A doomsday could come at any time. I need your power. Come save this world with me. For a priestess raised to believe she must save the world, the sentiment had been instilled by her mother. Those words were a decisive argument, especially coming from someone she couldn't see the future of, someone who had helped her break fate and for whom she felt genuine goodwill. Okay. Looking at Izanami with the priestess's sensing, which detected no malice, only kindness and affection, Shion was touched. She blushed, placed her small hand over his, and nodded firmly. The priestess officially joined Konoha. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara's main body had returned to the demon country. He read at random the memories of a resident and learned of the Morio disaster, then sped to the temple where Morio had been sealed. He confirmed the seal had been opened and Morio was gone. Madara mobilized his white Zetsu clones and spent several days locating the Yomi subordinates who had been killed by Izanami. He used Edo Tensei to bring them back, then read their memories with the human path of the Rinnegan, which led him to the volcanic cave. It's this ancient technique again, he muttered on the altar that had once bound Morio, a platform that symbolized the union of priestess and Morio. Madara examined the characters and seals etched in the array. What did that brat get here? Why did his chakra change so much? Has the Morio disaster been resolved? Is Morio dead or resealed? Could that brat have taken chakra from Morio? Pride made Madara reluctant to accept the latter. To admit it would mean missing a treasure. He had used his Rinnegan to absorb Morio's power before and couldn't make it his own. Moreover, Morio's power had been tinged with negative emotions, but Izanami's chakra, the one that had spread across the continent, lacked that aura. Clearly something else was hidden. Madara was about to leave and continue his investigation when a sudden impulse struck him, like a flash of insight, like a distant calling, or like the subtle pull of a genjutsu. He crouched and channeled chakra into the stone slab beneath his feet, an altar that had withstood ages, and even Izanami's chakra burst. In the next instant, a dazzling white light flared. The lights formed a cylindrical barrier rising from the altar, rapidly expanding and shifting from white to transparent until it enclosed the entire volcano. Izanami's wood clone, observing Madara, went pale. Its Tenseigen's X-ray vision could no longer see into the volcanic cave. Only a 6 paths level ability could counter another 6 paths level ability. Even a Rinnegan of the same caliber could not block the Tenseigen's long-range and X-ray sight. Only power that had gone further into dimensional realms could obscure those visions. How is this possible? Izanami, receiving the observation, was stunned. In his 6-path Sage mode, layered with Tenseigen Chakra mode, he had only read the stone slab as a sealing and conversion array for the priestess's power. How could Uchiha Madara's chakra trigger that array? Something was wrong. Izanami felt a sinking unease, a weight he had not felt since Nagato rose to his peak and everything began to become uncontrollable. He wanted to absorb Shion's priestess power and enter 6-path Sage mode to investigate, but that form lasted only minutes and he hesitated, worrying about surprises. Inside the volcanic cave, Uchiha Madara's eyes widened as ancient characters shimmered on the wall. The 6-path Sage's inheritance, he breathed. Chapter 173, Cruel Uchiha Madara, Collapsing Uchiha Obito. This is the 6-path Sage's legacy. Madara stared at the ancient characters glittering on the volcanic cave wall, his eyes trembling. He had searched the ruins of the goddess of the rabbit and the 6-path Sage for nothing, yet here, of all places, was the Sage's legacy staring back at him. Could that creature actually have been created by the 6-path Sage? He muttered, regret flickering across his face. I was arrogant. I should have seen that this immortal being was related to the 6-path Sage, or the goddess of the rabbit, or even the Otsutsuki on the moon. Now that he examined it, the creature shared many traits with the tailed beasts. Both were embodiments of chakra or emotional energy. Tailed beasts born of chakra, this creature born of negative emotions. Both were effectively immortal. Even if the 10 tails regressed to the demonic statue of the outer path, and someone attempted to undo it with space-time techniques, the 10 tails could be restored so long as life remained on the planet, absorbing chakra or life energy to repair itself. The Six-Path Sage's sealing method, placing a tailed beast inside a human, could only temporarily stop them by killing the Jinchuriki. Eventually, the beasts revived somewhere on the planet. The same seemed true of that demon. Even Madara's Rinnegan could not truly kill it. According to villagers' memories, only witch power could seal it. It was simply another system of sealing, an equivalent to the tailed beast Jinchuriki arrangement. An immortal entity beyond the Rinnegan's reach had to be the work of the chakra ancestor. Madara read the wall more carefully. The more he read, the more astonished and regretful he became. The Rinnegan's yin-yang release was only the beginning. There were countless extensions and uses beyond the basic description. The wall contained the complete yin-yang release. Reading deeper, Madara realized Black Zetsu had been manipulating him. The yin-yang release could indeed create embodiments of will, but only if one's mastery of yin and yang attributes, both in form and in body spirit, reached another level. The power to shape being from nothing and to breathe life into it. Madara's yin side vastly outstripped the yang influence he'd gained from Hashirama. The standard Rinnegan's yin-yang release could fashion forms, black receiver material, but to inject life required a far stronger yang release than Madara possessed. A product of yin-yang release injected with life. The goddess of the rabbit's will made flesh, Madara sneered softly. So that stone tablet and its carvings, this altar, even the wall itself, they're all creations of the yin-yang release. Only the Rinnegan and the descendants of the Six-Path Sage can unlock this place. No wonder Black Zetsu pushed him to awaken the Rinnegan and become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu intended to unseal Otsutsuki Kaguya through him. If the Rinnegan and a bloodline were the keys to deciphering the tablet and opening the wall, what was the key to unsealing the goddess of the rabbit? Black Zetsu, Madara whispered. The embodiment of will must be the key to the main unsealing. What's the keyhole? The divine tree and the chakra fruit, the Ten-Tails and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, the chakra ancestor and the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. The fruit returns to the divine tree, and the divine tree bears fruit again. A coldness ran through Madara. Sweat trickled down his back. He raised his head, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the volcano to the moon, fixing on Kaguya within her seal. Cut the moon in two, and she still doesn't break free. The sage's seal alone remains effective, he murmured. Kaguya has only two paths out of the seal, being unsealed or possessing another. He hissed a name through clenched teeth. Yin-yang release, or spiritual possession. If he absorbed the Ten-Tails from the divine tree and became its Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu, an embodiment of the chakra ancestor's will, could possess him and open Kaguya's will, which shared the same origin as the chakra fruit. Black Zetsu could then fight for control of his body. Because they came from the same source, or because of differences in yin-yang mastery, Madara realized he could not overcome the goddess of the rabbit. This was her route to resurrection. This is an incredible scheme. Bastard, Madara spat. A bitter anger rose in him. From the moment he began translating the Uchiha tablet, he had been a pawn of Black Zetsu. The infinite Tsukuyomi wasn't a path to end karma and create true peace. It was a world-ending technique to turn people into white Zetsu. From Madara's duel at the Valley of the End to his own resurrection, Black Zetsu's designs had been in play. Even Madara's resurrection may have been suggested by Black Zetsu as a yin-yang release creation. He wanted to tear Black Zetsu apart, but he knew he couldn't. Like that demon, Black Zetsu, a will formed by the yin-yang release of the chakra ancestor, was effectively immortal. Only by becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki could that will be sealed. Kaguya, Toneri, Black Zetsu. Madara murmured the names, his eyes razor-sharp. Whether permanent peace could be achieved mattered less now. His new goal was to clear the path for future generations so the infinite Tsukuyomi could never threaten the world again. To achieve that, he still had to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. But standing between him and that destiny were more than Toneri. There was also Izanami. He scanned the rest of the wall. The Six-Path Sage's legacy didn't stop at the yin-yang release. It contained the methods to cultivate and obtain Six-Path Sage mode. After reading that section once, Madara mentally absorbed it all. The characters on the wall vanished. The altar under his feet began to crack. He rose and flew toward the cave's exit. A pillar of lava erupted, swallowing the altar. Unseen by Madara as he left, a soul hovered in the air behind him, watching his retreat with a relieved expression. Returning from error to enlightenment, you who inherited Indra and Asura yet freed yourself from their wills, perhaps you can achieve what I could not. The six-path sage chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to a certain direction, suspicion and cold light in his eyes. After Madara left the temple, the sage's soul and the protective barrier slid away with him. Not long after, a figure with a shifted chakra signature appeared in the volcanic dome. The altar is gone. Izanami's wood clone stood on the path and stared at the churning lava where the altar had been. The clone's face was grim. There's no residual chakra traces. Not even the reincarnation eye can pierce it. Only 3 people could have made a barrier of that level. It can't be Ishiki. There's no karma imprint on Madara, the clone reasoned, nor Hamura. It can only be the six-path sage. Izanami felt heavy-hearted yet oddly excited. The six-path sage being on the other side was terrifying. He'd always thought the sage the most dangerous force in this world, more so than Kaguya or Ishiki. The sage could intervene from beyond death, grant six paths power to living shinobi like Naruto and Sasuke, and seal Kaguya. 1,000 years ago, he'd needed Hamura's help to seal Kaguya. Now it seemed he could perform similar seals alone. The fact that the sage's soul could still grant six paths power meant his soul retained that level of combat strength. The sage was a different kind of longevity, yet Izanami felt relieved for a different reason. The sage hadn't acted directly to stop Madara. If the sage truly had unlimited power, he could have removed Madara himself. Instead, he had aided Madara in a more subtle way. That meant either the sage couldn't or wouldn't act directly. Both were good news for Izanami. The sage's strength was real, but Izanami convinced himself that it didn't match Kaguya's in all ways. When the sage's eye entry had appeared and he obtained ultimate yin release, the sage had not intervened. During other pivotal awakenings, he had also not appeared. Now, with six-path sage mode unlocked, the sage was interfering, but not decisively. Izanami grew cautious, especially about Shion. Before Shion could awaken six-path sage mode independently, he would deploy a wood clone to monitor and protect her. After relaying his thoughts to his main body, the wood clone vanished. After leaving the temple, Madara didn't immediately return to Omegakure. He sought someone out. "Your bewildered face is a poor look on you, Obito," Madara said bluntly. Back at last? Obito stood on a cliff, unmasked, watching the view as if lost in memory. He glanced at Madara and, expressionless, replied, "So you found what you were looking for?" "I did, and for you, it's bad news." Madara's tone was almost amused. Obito stiffened. "Bad news?" Madara crossed his arms and delivered the blow. "The Eye of the Moon plan is cancelled. The infinite Tsukuyomi is fake. It can't create a beautiful dream world." Obito's face twisted. One Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed in one eye, a normal Sharingan with 3 Tomoe in the other. "What did you say?" he demanded. "You've been lying to me all this time?" Dark mist oozed from Obito, the yin release chakra, a material form of negative emotion. Madara's words had hit deep. Obito didn't care about losing the Akatsuki, about his identity being exposed, or about becoming an outsider stripped of rank. He hadn't cared if his other eye was taken. He'd even been willing to kill to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi himself and claim the dream. But this plan, this dream world that promised Rin, permanent peace, and everyone restored, was the axis of his life. If it turned out to be a sham, Obito would tear Madara apart. "I didn't lie," Madara said. "I only learned the truth recently." He watched Obito's expression wobble, and then, slowly, he cast a Rinnegan Genjutsu. He dragged Obito into a vision and replayed what Nagato had seen. Obito, uninterested in Kaguya, the sage, or Black Zetsu, watched in growing horror as the truth unfolded. The infinite Tsukuyomi was a method to mass-produce white Zetsu forms. The dream world was a cover for turning people into soldiers of the will. When the Genjutsu shattered, Obito stood like the living dead. His mind replayed precious memories, childhood scenes with Rin, his always late but kind teacher, his teacher's wife who fussed over him, the villagers. Except in every memory, there was a masked figure in black who slaughtered them all. In the new world, those murders would not be undone. Madara had somehow triggered the cursed seal in his heart. Obito felt his chest squeeze, like drowning. Then Obito laughed. started and kept laughing, with that hollow, mad sound the Uchiha are infamous for. He trembled, then laughed until he cried. Watching Obito crumble in hysterics, Madara felt a private satisfaction. He had his own share of shattered dreams. He was no longer the loneliest pawn. Still, seeing the man he had dragged into darkness collapse stirred a flicker of guilt in Madara, faint and fleeting. He pressed on. "Do you want them back? To start over?" Obito's laughter cut off. Tear tracks streaked his face, but the light returned to his eyes. Madara pulled him back into the genjutsu and made his offer. "Help me with something. Once I become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, I'll revive the ones you cherish." Without hesitation, Obito agreed. He didn't even ask what Madara needed, but he had learned to be shrewd. His voice went cold. "First, you have to remove that thing. You know what I mean." Madara nodded readily. "All right." Chapter 174. Uchiha Madara, Izanami, Let's Save the World Together. July 1st, Konoha Year 62. Konoha buzzed more than usual because the second half of the Chunin exams had resumed. Over the past few days, many unfamiliar faces had appeared in the village. Genin from across the lands, their forehead protectors bearing the symbols of the hidden cloud, Iwagakure, the hidden mist, and even the hidden rain. Since the five great nations signed the alliance, old hatreds hadn't vanished, but outright rejection had lessened. Where once Konoha and the Hidden Sand exchanged invitations for the Chunin exams, now all five great shinobi countries naturally invited one another. To avoid giving the Hidden Rain village cause for tension, the five agreed tacitly to include Nagato's village as well. Nagato, for his part, always sent Genin to compete. On the surface, the five great nations and the Hidden Rain appeared to be getting along. Everyone knew, however, that this peace was fragile, a thin sheet of paper that could be pierced at any time. The next war would dwarf the last three great ninja wars. Fortunately, Konoha had Izanami, and the five great nations had their own transcendent forces. Without them, Genin from the five nations would be outmatched by Hidden Rain's trainees. Two Genin, in particular, stole the spotlight in these exams. One was Hyuga Hanabi. She had taken the Chunin exams early and unusually, came from a proud house, and was Izanami's only disciple. The other was Hydrangea, a prodigious pupil of Omegakure's Konan, adept in space-time ninjutsu and known for her unsealing technique, Paper Blizzard. Hydrangea was descended from the second generation of the original Pain Six Paths, and Konan had naturally come to Konoha as her teacher. Konan, Jiraiya, tasked with keeping an eye on her, watched the cool, elegant woman come out of the ninja academy after sending her student to the exam room. He looked conflicted. Konan, having steadied herself, smiled and greeted him. "Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei." Seeing Konan smile as she had when she was a child, Jiraiya felt transported back to the Second Great Ninja War, the 3 years he'd spent with Yahiko and the two kids. It choked him up, and for a moment he couldn't speak. After a long beat, his expression eased into a hoarse laugh. "It's good to see you didn't die." Konan didn't look mournful at the mention of Yahiko. She simply kept smiling. "Nagato wanted to come see you, but he's the leader of the Hidden Rain. If he came uninvited, he worried it might cause misunderstandings." "Ha ha ha! That kid is still shy and earnest," Jiraiya said, his old amusement returning. He looked at Konan and asked, "You're an adult now. Interested in having a drink with your old sensei?" "Okay." Konan nodded, and they walked toward a tavern together. In that sunlight, the pair seemed like a mirage, Konan reverting in Jiraiya's mind to the younger, simpler girl she once was. Jiraiya himself feeling younger, though his grin and temperament were unchanged. The clear day blurred into something softer as they walked and laughed, like shopping and returning home in old times. On the veranda of a traditional house, Izanami had sent Hanabi off to her exam and returned home to train with his usual diligence. He sat cross-legged, but his hips were not on the floor. They hovered. 9 black spheres orbited him. They looked ordinary. The Kagura mind's eye could not detect chakra within them. Only Izanami and others on the Six Paths level could sense the terrifying power those spheres contained. Izanami made a meditation seal with his hands, closed his eyes, and seemed to merge with the natural world. No amount of sensing, no even the Kagura mind's eye, could perceive his chakra. Hinata's Byakugan saw only his silhouette. It could not penetrate to the chakra inside him, just as Hinata's Byakugan cannot perceive natural energy. Only ultimate ocular techniques or perfected sage mode could gauge the magnitude of Izanami's state. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, both training in sage mode, had seen it enough in this period to feel a tremor when they looked toward Izanami's house. "He's just activating sage mode," Naruto said in awe. "Natural energy is gathering from all directions. Could he really be a child of nature?" "The well of village natural energy here is stronger than Mount Myoboku's," Sasuke murmured. Both of them, having mastered sage mode, felt their own strength could never match his. Their sage art chakra, refined with all their effort, was like a water tank beside Izanami's ocean. Living in the same village as Izanami made refining natural energy easier and produced greater quantities. The gap between them was simply enormous. Izanami was currently using yin-yang release to infuse natural energy into every cell, shaping life from nothing, attempting to transform his 130 trillion cells into bodies containing physical, spiritual, and natural energy. If he completed it, his sage body, red, would be sublimated into a sage body, colorful, a form that could be inherited like a bloodline limit. That had been the goal of months of training. Izanami no longer relied on Shion's priestess power to enter six-path sage mode. The key difference between sage mode and six-path sage mode is the presence of six paths power, the six paths energy. Naruto lacked it, and Izanami, with the Otsutsuki bloodline and a colorful Tenseigen, did not. He only needed to further refine his sage body, red, into colorful, and then use the Tenseigen's chakra beads to extract cellular energy to create six-path sage art chakra. That was how Izanami now entered six-path sage mode, except he'd only modified a portion of his cells, so the effect was limited in duration. Izanami opened his golden eyes just then and saw Uchiha Madara in the courtyard. He said indifferently, "What are you doing here? Is this six-path sage mode?" Madara's Rinnegan inspected the energy radiating from Izanami. The quantity and quality of this sage art chakra rivals Hashirama's, and those. He stared at the truth-seeking balls. His gaze turned solemn and wary. He had already used Limbo, Border Jail, placing Limbo clones to the front, back, left, and right to guard against a sudden attack from the black spheres. Madara's Rinnegan perceived energy within those spheres many times more fearsome than a tailed beast ball. They resembled the energy orbs of Otsutsuki Toneri, but were the opposite in nature. Toneri's were creation. Izanami's were destruction. Seeing that Madara had recognized his state, Izanami's eyes flickered. He asked, probing, "Have you been to the Demon Country Temple as well?" "Of course. I also received something you missed," Madara said with a taunting smile. "It's a pity you don't have an ultimate ocular and so don't know what treasure you lost." "What treasure?" Izanami asked, feeling a private relief. It seemed Madara did not know Izanami was Otsutsuki Toneri, or that the six-path sage had used the vanished altar to give Madara something. Under six-path sage mode sensing, Madara's body showed no special energy fluctuations. Whatever the six-path sage had given him was likely knowledge, truths, or inheritance, rather than raw power. Madara hadn't said he'd come to confront Izanami. Perhaps the six-path sage's target wasn't Izanami at all. Perhaps the sage was testing Madara through him. Izanami let the thought pass. Whether the six-path sage saw him as an ally, an alien Otsutsuki, or a possible vessel for Ishiki's reincarnation, he didn't know and didn't much care. The sage's early interference surprised him, and being potentially opposed to it put some pressure on him. But his goal was to break the limits of lifespan. A clash with the six-path sage was inevitable. If the sage had aided Madara, that only excited Izanami. If Madara grew stronger, the difficulty of winning Madara's colorful entry would increase, and Izanami wanted every worthy challenge. He fixed Madara with an intent stare, eyes bright with fervor. Madara, however, smiled and said with pride, "I have something that suits your current state. How about an exchange?" "How?" Izanami asked warily. "Let me absorb your current chakra, and I'll give you what I have," Madara replied. "Your state is incomplete. With the other half of this inheritance, you could enter perfect six-path sage mode." "Do you really think that's wise?" Izanami sneered. "If I let you take my chakra, you might grow even more perfect. Who's to say the thing you give me isn't a trick?" Madara didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Do you know the Maiden of the Husk?" Izanami's surprise was genuine. They had just been talking of the Six-Path Sage's inheritance. Why this detour? Madara's next words made him think the moon god had refused to cooperate with humans after all. The rumor that Izanami and Otsutsuki Toneri were allied was probably false. This boy, strong like Hashirama and apparently in possession of the other half of the Six Paths inheritance, might become Madara's ally. Madara crossed his arms and said proudly, "It seems you're a frog in a well. Let me show you the truth of the world." With that, he unleashed the Rinnegan's ocular power, attempting to drag Izanami into a genjutsu to show him his vision of the world. For a moment, an awkward scene unfolded. The invisible ocular force tried to slip into Izanami's senses, but before it reached him, it rebounded from an unseen force, like an attack hitting Shinra Tensei. Both Madara and Izanami were silent. The proud, arms-crossed Madara felt suddenly ridiculous, like a clown. He hadn't felt this stung since childhood. "Heh!" Izanami mocked, merciless. "Is that the Sage Eye's ocular power? It's nothing special. Do you want me to cooperate?" "Nagging," Madara, flushed, replied in a way reminiscent of Uchiha Sasuke. "If you want to know the truth of the world, then let me pull you into the genjutsu." "I can't help you," Izanami said, shaking his head. Then he stabilized the Six-Path Sage Art Chakra in his body. Madara struck with his Rinnegan again, and this time, Izanami was pulled into the genjutsu. Inside the genjutsu, Izanami saw the truth of the world Madara had been showing. The same visions Madara had once shown Naruto and Uchiha Obito. The scenes played out, and Izanami's expression changed, partly baffled, partly amused. Why was Madara showing him this? After the visions faded, Madara's figure appeared in the genjutsu and reached out a hand toward him. "Izanami," he said, voice earnest in the illusion, "let's save the world together." In the genjutsu, Madara's hand and words were only chakra constructs, but even then, Izanami could not help a suppressed laugh. He'd lived 2 lives and had never seen anything as absurd as this, a villain recast as a savior, inviting someone who might himself be the hidden final boss to team up and save the world. The scene was too surreal, and Izanami, who'd had life go too smoothly, could not recall any genuinely sad moment to counter this ridiculous spectacle. He watched, partly bemused, as Madara smiled, sincere or not, inviting him into a coalition of salvation. Chapter 175, Hinata's Eye Technique, Izanami's Subordinate. "You want to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki?" Forcing back a laugh, Izanami played along with Uchiha Madara's words. "That's right, I will become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and deal with these Otsutsuki once and for all," Madara said coldly. "The ninja world is rotten to the core, but it still has a chance. The infinite Tsukiyomi is a jutsu that wipes out humanity, and I will not let it descend again." Madara continued to replay Otsutsuki Toneri's message for Izanami, speaking slowly. "I don't know Toneri's exact method for destroying the world, but he didn't seem to be lying. With my current strength, I can't kill him, so I need to gather allies." He reached out toward Izanami. "His Tenseigan has abilities like the Rinnegan. It can absorb chakra and ninjutsu from a distance. Only physical attacks can counter it. With your help and Nagato's wood release, I can kill him. So join me in saving the world, Izanami." Izanami fought down another urge to laugh and sneered. "After saving the world, you'd be the one in charge, right?" Madara blinked. "What?" If Toneri declared the ninja world incurable and planned to destroy it and remake it, what he meant by incurable could be you becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Izanami said flatly. "But if he truly had the power to destroy the world, he wouldn't need to wait for you to become Jinchuriki. So long as the Rinnegan exists, anyone with it can summon the Outer Path demonic statue and become the Ten-Tails host. If he wanted to prevent you, he could have killed or imprisoned the Jinchuriki instead. He hasn't done any of that. Didn't you notice this logical hole when you made up this story?" Izanami looked at Madara with the cool contempt one reserves for a fool. "Still, thank you for lying to me. At least you let me learn the secret of the Outer Path demonic statue. Don't worry, you won't get the chance to become the Ten-Tails' Jinchuriki." Madara wasn't angry. Instead, he felt quiet, thoughtful. Toneri's truth of the world did have gaps. Madara had been too furious at the time to notice. Toneri had acted deliberately mysterious, but not menacing. He'd seemed too confident, as if destroying the world were trivial. Coupled with the attack from the moon, Madara had to admit the Tensegan's destructive power exceeded the Rinnegan's control over life and death. Still, remembering the Six-Path Sage legacy he had gained from the temple, Madara smiled at Izanami with renewed confidence. That guy is arrogant. He'll pay for underestimating me. You can't stop me from becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, and he can't destroy this world. Izanami's expression shifted, and he broke free of Madara's Rinnegan Genjutsu. Time reverted to when Izanami first entered the Genjutsu world. Hokage Building. Bored at home, Shion had accompanied Hinata and Karen to help out, and to ask Tsunade and the others about medical ninjutsu. She planned to return to the demon country once she'd learned to heal her people. Suddenly, her fine body shuddered, and she got goosebumps. Tsunade, who was lecturing, noticed and asked, "Shion, what's wrong?" Before Shion could answer, Tsunade's face changed as if she'd seen something terrible. "Watch out!" Behind Shion, space buckled, and a fist-sized black rift opened. A hand reached out. Tsunade pushed Shion aside instinctively, and an invisible, repulsive force hurled Tsunade through the wall and out of the Hokage building. The grasping hand sprouted branches and bound the frozen Shion, drawing out and absorbing the witch power within her. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito's figures emerged from the rift. Just then, Hinata, Karen, and Shizune entered the Hokage office, carrying stacks of paperwork. "Let go of Shion, bastard," Karen shouted. Seeing Madara absorbing Shion's witch power, Karen dropped her documents and lunged, throwing a punch. Madara didn't even look. He kept siphoning the witch power. Karen's fist froze midair, and so did she. "What is this?" she muttered, pupils constricting. She struggled with all her strength, but couldn't move. Obito, in his Izanagi state, didn't seize the moment. His hand remained on Madara's shoulder, ready to pull him into the Kamui dimension. Then both Madara and Obito's expressions changed. Hinata had been moving to aid Karen from behind. As she reached out, the chakra wrapping her small hands dissipated before she could strike. Her Byakugan bulged with blue veins, and an invisible ocular power burst forth. The space around Madara and Obito warped. "This is Kamui?" Obito stared at Hinata in disbelief. "The Byakugan awakened a unique eye technique? What is this?" Madara was equally stunned. The warped space lunged toward him. He leapt away to avoid it. A sound like tearing cloth filled the air. The warped space, like an invisible blade, severed the branches binding Shion and cut the connection to Madara's hand. Hinata appeared beside Shion and Karen and instinctively increased the output of her eye power, throwing Shion and Karen into an alternate dimension. Her hands wrapped in chakra again, transforming into purple lion heads that attacked Madara. In the next instant, Hinata's hair stood on end. An ability had surged through her that neither the Byakugan nor the Kagura's mind's eye could perceive. A shadow passed through Hinata's body. "It really is Kamui." Madara watched his limbo attack fail and frowned. The Sharingan evolved from the Byakugan, but in the truth of the world, that guy revealed even the Maiden of the Husk's Byakugan had no unique eye technique. "What is going on?" Without time to analyze, Madara shouted, "Obito." Obito understood and calmly used Kamui to pull Madara into the Kamui dimension. At the same moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Hinata. A black sphere transformed into a beam of light and shot toward Madara and Obito. Even in his Izanagi-empowered state, Obito's hair stood on end. He nearly abandoned Madara and fled. The beam stalled as if it had struck an invisible barrier. From Izanami and Madara's viewpoint, Limbo had intercepted the truth-seeking ball. "I won!" Madara's wood clone grinned at Izanami's wood clone, which had also entered Six-Path Sage mode. Madara and Obito vanished. "Hinata, Shion and Karen are fine," Hinata said quickly. Izanami cared little that Madara and Obito escaped. He looked at Hinata with surprise. "Hinata, what was that ability you used?" Hinata looked bewildered. I don't know. It came out by itself." Izanami concentrated. Colored bubbles appeared around Hinata. 3 of them shifted. Her Byakugan, once a golden entry earlier that year, had sublimated into Bloodline Limit Byakugan Red. Her ninja aptitude, originally purple, had become Super Aptitude. Hinata now showed 2 red entries and 1 gold. If she'd followed the normal path, even with cheats, reaching the level of a Sanin would have been impressive. Without awakening the Tensegan, she wouldn't have had hope of becoming a Super Kage class gatekeeper like the Pain 6 paths, because the Otsutsuki Bloodlines blue entry had locked her ceiling. Now, at some unknown moment, Hinata's Otsutsuki bloodline had changed from blue to purple. Izanami knew exactly who was responsible. Not him personally, but the Otsutsuki bloodline, Rainbow. He was now 100% certain Hinata had deviated from both the Hyuga and Moon Otsutsuki evolutionary paths and had become his subordinate, much like Otsutsuki Kinshiki in Boruto. If so, then as long as Hinata kept absorbing his chakra or taking chakra pills, her Otsutsuki bloodline would continue to upgrade. As if thinking of something else, Izanami asked, "Hinata, where does your alternate dimension connect to?" "A dark, rocky space," Hinata replied with a small smile. "Don't worry, Izanami-kun. Neither Karin nor I saw or sensed any other chakra there. It shouldn't be the same alternate dimension as that masked man's. Take me in. I want to see for myself," Izanami said. Hinata nodded and led Izanami's wood clone into the alternate dimension. Woo-woo, an alarm wailed. The Konoha shinobi quickly organized villagers and guided them to shelters. Back in the real world, Izanami stepped out of the Genjutsu realm and looked at Madara, who wore a smile, calmly. "Clever scheme." "There was no choice," Madara said, shaking his head and smiling a little. "I know the 5 great shinobi countries too well. You who grew up in this world are different from Nagato and Hashirama. I expected you to refuse. With your power, you wouldn't let someone of your caliber become stronger than you." He reached toward Izanami again. "But I want you to understand, I don't want to rule the world. I want to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to save it, and I wouldn't abandon my allies once I do." "Then give me your eyes," Izanami sneered. "If anyone can save the world by becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, anyone could be that savior." "You refuse, then?" Madara said regretfully, smiling. Izanami scoffed. "Do you think there will be an eventually? You see those few invisible shadow clones beside you? They're not enough." Madara's expression shifted. "Can you detect the existence of limbo?" he asked suddenly. "So that's it. People who reach Six-Path Sage Mode and Ultimate Eye techniques can detect limbo." A twitch at the corner of Madara's mouth. The Tenseigans' attack was devastating, capable of striking the ninja world from the moon. Obito and that Byakugan girl's Kamui had made him wary. Yet his own Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan techniques felt lacking. The former had been ineffective against Hashirama. The latter's dimensional attacks only worked on beings weaker than himself. Against equals like Toneri and Izanami, Limbo was less useful than Shadow or Wood clones. At least Wood clones could use Limbo. Realizing Limbo's shortcomings against Izanami, Madara tensed. He glanced at the truth-seeking balls around Izanami, then feigned calm. "Your current state is powerful, and those spheres contain destructive power. But do you really want to fight me here? Are you threatening me?" Izanami raised an eyebrow. "Not a threat, an offer of non-aggression," Madara smiled. "I won't attack Konoha, and you shouldn't attack the Jinchuriki. When the final moment comes, we'll find an uninhabited place to settle this. Otherwise, with our strength, countless innocents could die unintentionally." Izanami fell silent, considering. Seeing an opening, Madara vanished with a shunshin. A massive blue warrior, Madara's complete Susanoo, appeared in the sky and flew away, wings flapping. Even without attacking, it caused a stir. The blue warrior was a symbol of the Shinobi Asura. Izanami didn't pursue. Instead, he let the corners of his mouth lift in a faint, knowing smile and murmured inwardly, "With your level of purity, you can't reach Six-Path Sage Mode on witch power alone." He looked up into the blue sky, his gaze piercing through clouds and atmosphere to the moon. A mischievous idea crossed his mind. "I'm curious, how will the Six-Path Sage help you? Will he appear in person or in chakra space? Once you enter Six-Path Sage Mode and taste its power, what will be the first thing you do?" He chuckled softly. "Even then, you won't escape being a pawn. Just be my worker obediently." Chapter 176, Six Paths. Madara, the true truth of the world. After flying away from Konoha, Uchiha Madara landed on a cliff high on a mountain. Not long after, the air beside him rippled like a lake struck by a stone and tore open into a fist-sized black hole. Madara's wood clone and Uchiha Obito flew out of that void. Obito removed his mask, produced a vial holding a 3 Tomoe Sharingan, dug out his already blind left eye, and inserted the eye from the vial. Because the left half of his body contained Hashirama cells, his sight immediately returned. Watching Madara rebinding his wood clone, Obito frowned. Why is it the priestess's chakra you want? Her strength is so weak. What use is her chakra to you? Madara shook his head with a faint smile. I don't know either, but some things, even if weak, are crucial. That witch power is a key fragment to open a dimensional door. He clapped his hands together and shouted, Sage Mode, activate. Blue chakra flared in and seeped into Madara from the outside in. No red eyeshadow bloomed at the corners of his eyes, but if one removed his upper garment, the left side of his chest, where Hashirama's face had grown from the implanted cells, bore red eyeshadow. Instantly, Madara held his hands together and performed yin-yang release, fusing the Sage Art chakra with the witch power in his body. The Rinnegan shimmered with an overwhelming purple light. The visual presence of it chilled Obito to the bone. He instinctively stepped back. What just happened? He thought, sweat beading on his brow. Looking into Madara's eyes felt like something was trying to pull at his soul. Madara himself gasped, palms on fire. Logically, he could withstand arrows, stabbing, even an amputation without complaint. Injuries were small matters to a seasoned shinobi, but this burning targeted something beyond flesh, his very soul. He glanced at his hand and saw a white sun burning in his palm. A flood of information rushed into him, the same overwhelming understanding he'd felt when he first awakened the Rinnegan. At the same time, a new energy replaced his Sage Art chakra and the witch power, Six-Path Sage Art chakra. Izanami, whose gaze had never left Madara, realized what had happened. The Six-Path Sage had transmitted power through the Rinnegan. In Madara's clasped hands, she seemed to see the shadow of the Six-Path Sage at his back. Rather than pulling someone into an inner world as in the older stories, the sage had directly conveyed yang release through the Rinnegan, or used some deeper method to complete Madara's final weakness and fully awaken the Six Paths' power. Around Madara, over a dozen small bubbles of status information appeared. He had originally shown one rainbow tag and one red tag. Now 4 more red tags had surfaced. Sage Body, red. All Element Constitution, red. Chakra Control, Bloodline Limit, Wood Release. Izanami felt no surprise, only delight. His own tags had undergone similar sublimation after he activated Six-Path Sage Mode without relying on the witch power. His all-element constitution, chakra control, and wood release had risen to red level. Now Izanami had 2 rainbow tags and 6 red tags. That was to be expected. Mastering the truth-seeking ball, the pinnacle of ninjutsu, a fusion of 7 ultimate nature transformations, required nature transformations at their peak and perfect chakra control, fused with yin-yang release. It produced power capable of destroying all creation. Madara had unlocked Sage Body, red, and his all-element constitution and chakra control matched Izanami's levels. The Six-Path Sage had given him power on the same tier as Uzumaki Naruto, only the transmission method differed. Izanami analyzed the choice. Why had the Six-Path Sage transmitted power this way? To guard against him? Against Madara? Likely both. With Six-Path Sage Mode stacked on Tenseigen Chakra Mode, Izanami's sensing rivaled near-global awareness. Unless an Otsutsuki hid by shrinking themselves or slipping into a different dimension, he could detect them. The Six-Path Sage had not shown himself, clearly avoiding Izanami's detection. Perhaps he also avoided meeting Madara directly. Madara was no ordinary Indra reincarnation. He could surpass Indra. If the sage revealed himself and gave Madara power face-to-face, Madara might regard the sage as an enemy and list the Otsutsuki among his targets. Guiding Madara covertly was more prudent. Izanami had briefly assumed the sage wanted to use the witch power as a conduit to tell Madara the truth of the world, and that Izanami was Otsutsuki Toneri, steering him toward a goal. But that idea wavered. The sage's silence might not be about Izanami's horns or his Otsutsuki blood. He simply didn't appear. Riddles and evasions frustrated Izanami inwardly. Madara, feeling the Six-Paths chakra in his body, let his eyes tremble. No wonder that kid, without ultimate visual prowess, felt more dangerous than Otsutsuki Toneri. Both are Sage Mode, but Nagato's and Hashirama's Sage Modes are on a completely different plane from Six-Path Sage Mode. The gulf was absolute. Standing there, Madara could sense all life fluctuations across the shinobi world, not just chakra signatures of ninja, but the life energy of ordinary people and wild beasts. He felt as if he could walk among those life currents, touch them, fuse his chakra with them, and then something incredible would happen. His sensing had improved, and so had his power. He felt he could shatter Hashirama's wood golem or his own perfect Susanoo with a single strike. He could reproduce Hashirama's sage artwood release, true several thousand hands, Summit Buddha, and Madara's thousand-handed Buddha would be more potent. Chakra itself had changed. He no longer feared chakra absorption. Looking at his hand wrapped in new chakra, he muttered to himself and leapt upward. Six-path sage mode granted him flight, and the chakra cost for flight was negligible compared to maintaining perfect Susanoo. He would not take a spatial tunnel. He would fly to the moon on his own. As information and power surged through him, 9 black spheres emerged from his body and orbited him, each the size of a billiard ball, truth-seeking orbs, the power to erase creation. Izanami watched Madara rise and smirked. He sent a message to his wood clone guarding the Yin Ninetails. The wood clone, also in six-path sage mode, appeared beside him. Izanami placed a hand on the clone's shoulder and absorbed Otsutsuki Toneri's chakra from it. Then he stepped into the basement, stood on a jutsu array, and watched the scene before his eyes flow backward until the basement transformed into a palatial chamber on the moon. Obtaining full yin-yang release in six-path sage mode had not only increased Izanami's stamina, his skywalking ability, Yukarad, had also realized more of its potential. He couldn't open spatial tunnels, but constructing an array like a flying thunder god technique was trivial once Hamura had already shown the way. He teleported to the moon, deactivated six-path sage mode, used a wood clone to impersonate Otsutsuki Toneri, and took his place upon the throne in the palace built of chakra beads, closing his eyes to wait for Madara. Less than half an hour later, Madara appeared in the hall. Izanami opened his eyes slowly and with a cool voice said, "You just gained the power of the six-path sage, and you're already eager to return to gloat?" Madara blinked. "You don't seem surprised at all. Can your eyes detect me in this state?" Izanami entered Tenseigan chakra mode with a flick, forming a truth-seeking sphere in his hand. "The power you worked so hard to obtain, I can acquire easily. That's the difference between pure blood and mixed blood." Madara's eyes narrowed. "Have you been holding back, or have you grown stronger since we last met?" Izanami sneered. "When did you get the notion that a god would fear a monkey pretending to be a god? The 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I can end you with a single strike now. You won't be able to restore the Outer Path demonic statue." "Then what is your criterion for judging the world beyond redemption?" Madara asked quietly. "Is it when I became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki?" Izanami smiled disdainfully. "When did I ever think a monkey reaching pseudo-god status would frighten a true god? If that were the standard, I could strike any time." Madara's expression sharpened. "If the 10 Tails Jinchuriki were enough for you to destroy the world, you could have begun before. As long as a Rinnegan remained, someone would eventually become a 10 Tails Jinchuriki again. You never acted. If your goal was to prevent me from becoming 10 Tails, you could simply kill a Jinchuriki or seal-tailed beasts away where I could never reach them. You didn't do that either." Izanami's face showed a flicker of surprise. Madara's voice went on steadily. "You are arrogant, but you have the confidence to be arrogant. Your trump card for destroying the world is something even the 10 Tails Jinchuriki cannot stop. That is why you look down on the Rinnegan." Izanami's approving expression confirmed Madara's suspicion and made his heart sink. "What threat could be more fatal than the 10 Tails Jinchuriki?" he asked. "You're clever," Izanami said with a half-bow of amusement, then ordered his wood clone to scan the moon and the artificial sun, checking for soul entities. When the scan returned nothing, he asked Madara with a sly smile, "If the 10 Tails Jinchuriki is a pseudo-god, what do you suppose exists above a pseudo-god?" Madara's face went pale, stunned before he could speak. Izanami continued slowly, "The truth I showed you last time lacked a prologue. Now I will show you the true truth of the world." Chapter 177, My Eyes Can See the Past. Swish, Izanami finished speaking. The scene before Uchiha Madara, who was in six-path sage mode, flowed backward as if time itself had been rewound. They were still in outer space, but the moon was gone. Only the sun and the other planets remained, along with a beautiful blue world, Earth. This time, Otsutsuki Toneri did not vanish into a genjutsu realm. He floated in space alongside Madara. Madara was about to speak when the words died in his throat. Two figures were flying toward them from the void. As they drew nearer, Madara's eyes narrowed. One was a woman, none other than Kaguya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of chakra, the very mother of the six-path sage who had eaten the chakra fruit. But Madara's attention was not on her. It fixed instead on the man a step ahead of Kaguya, an astonishingly imposing figure. This man wore white robes like Kaguya, had pale skin and gray-white hair, and bore horns larger than Kaguya's, long curved like a crown. He had only a single eyebrow on his forehead, and unlike Kaguya, who possessed a pair of Byakugan, he had a Byakugan only in his left eye. His right eye was a golden, wheel-like pattern with 8 triangular shapes surrounding the pupil, an ocular power unlike anything Madara had seen. That unknown ocular ninjutsu, the arrangement of features, made Madara's heart drop. He began to sense a grave threat. The two spoke briefly. "Is this the planet?" the man asked. "Yes, Lord Ishiki," Kaguya replied with reverence. "Higher than the goddess of the rabbit?" Madara muttered, shocked. Izanami explained slowly. The Otsutsuki are an extraterrestrial clan, gods born with immense strength and near immortality. They can cross the universe in their physical forms and grow more powerful by consuming a planet's life force. The scene shifted. Ishiki and Kaguya descended to Earth. Hovering over a grassland, Ishiki raised a hand and summoned a mountain-sized black kettle out of nowhere. It fell and smashed into the plain, throwing up a cloud of dust. With a flick of his finger, the lid of the kettle shot skyward and vanished. A deafening roar tore through the air, rippling gusts and sound waves outward. A massive creature with withered, wood-colored skin and a single red eye, revealed to be the 10 Tails, scrambled out of the kettle like a beast freed from a cage. It was the size of a small mountain, and when Madara saw it, he could only name it 10 Tails. The freed monster didn't attack Ishiki or Kaguya. It lowered its head like a curious hound, sniffed the flowered ground, then roared at the sky with a feral, almost joyful expression. It planted its tail into the soil and lay down. Strands of blue chakra appeared and flowed into the beast, sustaining it. Days passed as the sun rose and set. The 10 Tails grew from a juvenile into a full-grown entity. Ishiki and Kaguya built a house on the grassland, guarding it against interference while it matured. Years later, the 10 Tails woke with a roar that shamed the land. Its single red eye flared, casting a dazzling light, and it opened its gaping maw toward Ishiki and Kaguya. The two swooped in, carrying an unconscious human. It took less than a century to go from juvenile to complete, and this grassland still blooms, Ishiki observed. This planet's life energy is extraordinary. He smiled faintly, curiosity and calculation in his expression. "Begin the sacrifice, Kaguya." "Sacrifice?" Madara raised an eyebrow. Izanami explained, "Although Otsutsuki live long, they are not truly immortal. To gain greater power, they work in pairs. They find planets rich in life, plant a shinju, and harvest its chakra fruit. As the 10 Tails becomes a shinju, it must consume, a sacrifice." The scene answered Madara's confusion. "Lord Ishiki, please wait. I'll place the Kama on the vessel of reincarnation first," Kaguya said respectfully behind him. But in an instant, she struck Ishiki's back and sent him hurtling into the 10 Tails' waiting maw. Trusting his subordinate, Ishiki wasn't prepared. By the time he reacted, the 10 Tails had bitten off the lower half of his body. "Kaguya, you dare defy your superior? Aren't you afraid of clan punishment?" he shouted, eyes wide with fury. Kaguya sneered. "If I eat the chakra fruit, who in the clan would punish someone already dead? You, a mere subordinate, cannot fathom what being at the top means." Ishiki snarled back. "This 10 Tails isn't mine. I only followed orders to plant the shinju. If you don't deliver the chakra fruit, see if the clan spares you." Kaguya watched coldly as the 10 Tails swallowed the lower half of Ishiki's body. But the moment its mouth closed, Ishiki shrank inside, opening a space-time portal and slipping out of the creature's maw. Kaguya's Byakugan caught the escape, and her expression hardened. The 10 Tails, having swallowed half of its supposed sacrifice, did not realize the other half had escaped. It roared and then transformed on the spot into a towering tree. Blue chakra gathered toward the tree, and it swelled into a mountain-sized Shinju. The scene jumped to a barren land. Ishiki, only half a body now, emerged from a space-time portal and fell to the ground, near death. A passing monk bent to help, but Ishiki's body shrank again and slipped into the monk's ear. The monk turned blank-eyed, a puppet walking onward under Ishiki's control. Kaguya searched for Ishiki for years, trying to confirm his death, but never found him. By then, the Shinju had borne the chakra fruit. What followed matched what Madara had seen before. Kaguya became the ancestor of chakra, pacified human warfare with her power, and was worshipped by the people as the goddess of the rabbit. But this replay revealed many more details. Madara finally understood why Kaguya, though supremely powerful, cast the infinite Tsukuyomi and created White Zetsu and the Six Paths brothers. She feared Ishiki might not be dead. To counter the possibility that Ishiki or other Otsutsuki might return, she subjected humanity to the infinite Tsukuyomi to create White Zetsu, give birth to the Six Paths sage and his brother, and ensure that only humans confirmed not to be parasitized could continue the line. The White Zetsu army and the Six Paths brothers were meant as contingencies against Ishiki's possible return and against other clan members who might someday find Earth. Unexpectedly, the Six Paths sage and his brother judged the infinite Tsukuyomi unnatural and chose to seal their mother instead. Madara watched, stunned. When the Genjutsu world dissolved, he turned to Izanami, who smiled playfully, and asked, "Ishiki isn't dead?" "Not dead," she replied. "How can you be so sure?" Madara demanded. Izanami tapped 2 fingers to her eyes, then pointed to Madara, smiling. The Byakugan, the Sharingan, the Rinnegan, the Reincarnation Eye, they all derive from Otsutsuki power and the Shinju. The Sharingan looks like a mutated Byakugan, but it's actually one evolutionary path of the Byakugan. The Reincarnation Eye is similar. Even a Byakugan that doesn't mutate into Sharingan or Rinnegan can develop exclusive ocular ninjutsu, like a Mangekyo, as long as its purity approaches Otsutsuki levels. Madara's eyes widened. "So that's it? Is that why that Byakugan girl awakened Kamui?" "Yes. Byakugan can awaken exclusive ocular ninjutsu. Sharingan can evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan and gain exclusive techniques. Rinnegan likewise has its own unique ocular powers." Izanami's smile deepened. "Do you know why someone born in later generations like me can know so many secrets of the past, even down to details?" Madara froze, then realization dawned. "Could your exclusive ocular ninjutsu be?" "Exactly," Izanami said proudly. "My reincarnation eye can not only observe the entire ninja world, but also see the past." A storm rose in Madara's chest as everything clicked into place. He had wondered how Izanami knew so much about people of the past, as if she had witnessed them herself. He had supposed Otsutsuki Hamura's memories had been passed down. He had wondered why the Six Paths sage and his brother didn't deal with Black Zetsu. Now it became clear. It hadn't been the sage and his brother who found Black Zetsu. It was Otsutsuki Toneri's reincarnation eye. Those black orbs weren't his ocular ninjutsu. The reincarnation eye chakra mode corresponds to Six Paths sage mode. Those black orbs of creation correspond to the destructive truth-seeking balls. Toneri's ocular ninjutsu is a support-type ability. Madara eyed Izanami and asked, "Every ocular ninjutsu has limits. Yours can't see a flawless past. There must be restrictions, right?" "Do you think I'd tell you?" Izanami cut off, then abruptly changed tack and teased, "When you have to pee, if someone stands behind you, can you still go?" Madara's face burned red. He wished he could fire a truth-seeking ball and erase Izanami's insolence from existence. Then Izanami suddenly asked, "Do you know why I tacitly allowed you and me to master Six Paths Sage mode?" Madara's attention snagged. Izanami, uncharacteristically, showed admiration for the sage's power. Though the Six Paths Sage's eyes are inferior in some ways, his Six Paths Sage mode, this planet's unique mix of Six Paths power and natural energy, has formidable abilities. Anyone who masters Six Paths Sage mode can sense the flow of all life, see through barriers, and quickly detect powerful individuals by tracking those life flows. Unless the target also possesses Six Paths Sage mode, the only way to escape such sensing is to leave this world. The Reincarnation Eye and Six Paths Sage mode can both monitor the entire ninja world, but each can do things the other cannot. Madara's expression hardened. "Since your target is Ishiki, what if we cooperate? Help me find and kill him, and you won't have to destroy this world. Izanami put her hand to her face, eyes indifferent. Do you think I told you all this to recruit you? I was thanking you for handing me the last piece of the puzzle. If I absorb your chakra, she continued, I can activate Six-Path Sage Mode. She formed a truth-seeking ball in her palm and smiled with the same wicked expression Madara remembered from Itachi. With Reincarnation Eye Chakra Mode stacked on Six-Path Sage Mode, my sight and sensing will cover the entire Earth. I'll find that escaped fool and extract the coordinates of the alien Otsutsuki clan from him. Even gods have ambitions, Madara murmured, then broke into a grim smile. With that mystery solved, there's nothing left to fear. Then let's fight. He shaped a truth-seeking ball and hurled it at Izanami. She returned the attack. Swish! The two brilliant white beams collided and fused. The artificial sun that had been casting golden light exploded into pure white brilliance. When the light faded, the moon lay in darkness. The artificial sun, an advanced barrier of light that even a full Susanoo or a silver wheel reincarnation explosion could at best tear but not destroy, had been annihilated. Like the barrier over the mountain where Ishiki hid, even the most formidable defenses were as fragile as paper before truth-seeking balls, which possess the power to obliterate everything. This is the prestige of the strongest ninjutsu, formed from the fusion of 7 nature transformations. It is not a bloodline limit, but a supreme form of ninjutsu. Chapter 178, 2 Days and 2 Nights, a battle from the moon to the depths of the universe. Above the dimly lit moon, 2 giant black spheres hovered. They liquefied and dispersed into 8 billiard ball-sized orbs, and from between them, 2 figures stepped forward. One was Izanami, his body wreathed in greenish-blue chakra. The other was Uchiha Madara, clad in battle armor and a red coat. Their reincarnation eyes and Rinnegan glowed with terrible ocular power that ignored the artificial darkness left by the vanished sun as they stared each other down. A thunderous roar split the void. Colossal tree branches burst from the lunar surface, lashing toward Izanami or striking at him. He did not meet them with a truth-seeking ball. These trunks were infused with Six-Path Sage Art Chakra, one of the few wood-release techniques capable of contesting a truth-seeking ball. Instead, Izanami sent a truth-seeking ball floating out and pressed his hand against it. The black sphere's surface thickened and became coated in a black, bead-like substance, a truth-seeking ball fused with a chakra rosary. What would a destructive truth-seeking ball be like when it also bore the attributes of creation? The answer came instantly. A dazzling, razor-sharp golden blade of light slashed through the darkness. Even from a distance, Madara winced at its intensity. He instinctively summoned Limbo Border Jail and produced 2 invisible shadows to shield him. He was painfully familiar with this kind of golden light. In the previous war, it had struck him from the moon and hurled him back to the ninja world. This time, however, the blade did not extend infinitely, and its target was not Madara. It lashed out and ripped through the branches as if tearing cloth. Grasping the golden light sword formed from the fused truth-seeking ball and chakra rosary, Izanami wielded it like Sun Wukong's staff, extending and retracting, growing and shrinking with each swing. With a few strokes, he sheared apart the flailing branches. Then he pushed more chakra into the weapon and launched the light sword in a single direction. The extension moved at the speed of light, appearing and stopping in an instant. At its tip, a limbo shadow unseen by anyone but Madara and Izanami tried to sneak a strike. Sage Art! Storm Release Light Fang! A piercing wind slice cut through the void. Without needing to turn, Izanami's 360-degree X-ray vision detected Madara's torso emerging through a gap in the broken trunks below. A thin, purple beam, storm chakra compressed into a hairline thread, leapt from him. Though far smaller than other storm release techniques, this laser carried the force of an alternate dimension. In speed and knife-like potency, it rivaled Izanami's own wheel reincarnation explosion. With no time to dodge, Izanami hurled a truth-seeking ball toward the incoming purple thread while spinning a string of 10 or so chakra rosary beads around his wrist. The piercing storm laser struck the truth-seeking ball, and the impossible happened. The ball, the kind of weapon whose self-destruction had once erased an artificial sun, split in two under that thread-like attack. Its residual destructive power continued toward Izanami. Wheel reincarnation explosion. The rosary on Izanami's wrist bloomed, enlarging and spinning into a greenish-blue halo before shaping into a roaring tornado. The cyclonic mass shredded the purple laser and swept down to pulverize the branches and wood clones below, even curving to strike at Madara's main body. The speed of light and wind here was so extreme that, though visible to their eyes, dodging it was nearly impossible without space-time abilities. If they had not both stepped into the alternate dimension realm, such chakra attacks could be absorbed by basic Rinnegan or Reincarnation Eye defenses and even feed the defender's chakra. But by entering that realm, these powers became dimension-reducing attacks, low-level in that context. The Storm-Release Light Fang could slice through a truth-seeking ball and could not be absorbed. Shinra Tensei, unless charged for ages, would unleash a repulsive storm and a fragile barrier. These low-cost performance techniques were no longer decisive. The real battlefield became information, a ninja's war of observation and deception. Madara ignored the roaring tornado and focused on forming a six-path staff and another truth-seeking ball. When Izanami's cyclone neared, there was a thunderous blast, and the tornado was torn apart by a limbo shadow that had intercepted it. Since activating six-path Sage mode, Madara's limbo shadows had improved dramatically. Unlike before, they could use any ability the main body possessed. Faced with an attack made only from Chakra Rosary and no six-path Sage Art Chakra, the Limbo Shadow shattered the Storm Tornado with ease. Both men realized long-range exchanges were often neutralized, so they closed on each other. The Golden Light Sword shot forward and collided with Madara's six-path staff. The two weapons, each charged with Yang energy, the staff drawing power from the sun mark on Madara's palm, the sword from Izanami's transformed truth-seeking ball, matched for a few blows. But Izanami poured in more chakra, swelling his blade into a sword dozens of meters long while keeping its blinding speed. Flight meant nothing at that velocity. Madara planted his feet, gripped the staff with both hands, and met the strike, creating another limbo shadow to counter. Their clash did not sever the staff, but the impact sent Madara crashing down onto the moon's surface. A limbo shadow came at Izanami, and he could not evade. He marshaled his floating truth-seeking balls to cooperate. One condensed into a black beam and shot at the shadow, while the others liquefied and recombined into a huge black sphere to envelop Izanami. In the next instant, holes formed across the sphere as if pierced by invisible fingers, yet there was nothing inside. A restriction triggered, the sphere disintegrated back into separate orbs, and they fell toward the surface. The impact blew a tremendous crater. Using the Chakra Rosary to construct an object, then linking Heavenly Transfer with the Flying Thunder God technique, Izanami blinked from inside a truth-seeking ball to appear behind the stunned Madara. Madara sensed the instant movement and spun a truth-seeking ball into a shield, but Izanami struck from distance. The rosary on his wrist formed 5 colored chakra dragons that merged into a single 5-colored worm and then swelled into a great, roaring dragon. It engulfed Madara and surged forward for kilometers, carving a massive chasm across the moon and finally bursting out into space. Madara, protected by his truth-seeking ball, survived but was hurled far from the moon. Watching the swirling currents of disturbed air, he spat, combining it into a disaster-like composite ninjutsu. Those black spheres are disgusting. By the time the 5-colored dragon dissipated, Madara was well away from the moon. Beyond him were only meteors and distant planets with no immediate life signs. Before he could return, meteors converged on him at impossible speed. His sensing pinpointed Izanami standing on one of them. Madara sneered and snapped, "Earth explosion star." Izanami seemed to become a giant magnet, drawing surrounding meteors in. Then, in a heartbeat, they reversed and flew straight for Madara. He simply raised a hand and unleashed purple lightning, cleaving the incoming rocks while truth-seeking balls shattered others. As the balls had not yet returned to their positions, a blinding golden beam cut through Madara's purple storm and expanded to fill his vision. He had to raise his 6-path staff and use limbo to block what the truth-seeking ball could no longer cover. Even so, the beam blasted him across an immense distance, smashing through meteor after meteor. Had he not formed a Susanoo skeletal armor, Madara would have taken grave damage even in 6-path Sage mode. When the light finally faded, Madara couldn't see Earth or the moon, only one other distant planet, lifeless in his sensing. Does he want to wear down my six-path sage art chakra? Madara guessed with a sneer. If that's his plan, my chakra may be less than yours now, but your state bleeds chakra every moment. You'll run out before I do. Then let's see. Izanami's voice came from behind him. Madara turned with a cold swing of the staff and met the golden blade. They plunged into a brutal close-quarters duel, their Rinnegan and reincarnation eyes spinning constantly. Between X-ray vision, Sage Mode sensing, and Limbo, each searched for any flaw to exploit. When none was found, they made them, feints, fake openings, and baited heavy techniques to force the other to waste chakra. Mist strikes shattered meteors in fireworks across the void. Both gradually grasped the other's strategy and reduced the frequency of costly techniques, conserving chakra and refusing even to risk truth-seeking ball self-destruction. Forming a single truth-seeking ball drew more chakra than creating a perfect Susanoo or calling forth a five-colored dragon. Two godlike fighters, capable of destroying worlds, ended up grinding each other down in a relentless brawl across space. They fought for 2 days and 2 nights with razor focus. Neither dared a single lapse. One hit could decide everything. When the sun finally passed by unseen, both discovered how long they had been at it. Their vast reserves had been drained almost dry, Izanami's more so than Madara's. The reincarnation eye chakra mode and the light sword constantly consumed him. If not for an advancement of his Otsutsuki bloodline that had swollen his reserves, he would have fallen long before. At last, Izanami's chakra fell to a critical level, and his reincarnation eye chakra mode shut down on its own. Madara, battered but with roughly 30% chakra remaining, allowed a smug smile. "I win," he declared. Izanami, sweat soaking him and exhaustion etched on his features, returned the grin with an answer that was as defiant as it was certain. "No, I win." Chapter 179, Super Explosion, Bloodline Limit, Rinnegan. What do you mean? Seeing Izanami smile, Uchiha Madara felt a bad premonition. Izanami raised his hands. Though they were at the same level as Madara's, his posture was openly condescending. As a mixed-blood Otsutsuki descendant, you simply don't understand how powerful the pure-blood Otsutsuki talent truly is. Madara's expression shifted. Instantly, he launched a truth-seeking ball at Izanami, trying to interrupt whatever seals he was forming. He didn't know exactly what Izanami planned, but he understood enough from Kaguya, Ishiki, the Sage of Six Paths, and his brother. Horned Otsutsuki are born superior to the hornless. He himself had awakened the Rinnegan only in old age. Much of that was luck. Toneri, young and untampered with by the ninja world, had mastered ultimate ocular powers and could wield truth-seeking balls effortlessly, abilities Madara had needed the sage's inheritance and the priestess power to obtain. For those born so close to the finish line, who knew what other secret trump cards they had? The Genjutsu world showed only what Izanami wanted him to see. Interrupting him was Madara's best option. The truth-seeking ball flashed with blinding white light before it reached Izanami, its annihilative power ready to erupt. Madara liquefied his other truth-seeking balls into a black sphere, enveloping himself, then used Limbo Border Jail to create 4 Limbo Shadows. If Izanami defended with truth-seeking balls, the Limbo Shadows would counterattack with six-path Sage Arts. Izanami scoffed, then vanished. A loud explosion of pure white light bloomed across the void, engulfing an astonishing area. Meteorites within that white light didn't crumble. They were erased as if the rules themselves had been rewritten. Madara, hidden inside the truth-seeking ball, sensed something, and his face went pale. Outside the white light, Izanami appeared on a meteorite. During their 2 days and nights of fighting, he had planted Flying Thunder God formulae across the battlefield. Because he had chakra beads, he didn't have to physically touch objects to imprint them. He could transform the beads into green light orbs and fire them. Those orbs could explode and damage targets, and the creative power within them could bind Flying Thunder God formulas to anything struck by their light. After unlocking the airborne, red entry, Izanami couldn't open spacetime portals like Yomi Hirazaka, but with complete yin-yang release and chakra beads, he could perform Heavenly Transfer and Flying Thunder God variations, and had even developed a spacetime teleportation array reminiscent of Hamura Otsutsuki's. Izanami formed an unseal. The rosary bracelet on his wrist shot out 7 chakra beads that glowed greenish-blue and landed beneath his feet. A 7-layered array materialized, and a wood clone, shaped to look like Toneri and infused with Toneri's chakra, appeared beside him. The clone's reserves exceeded Izanami's by 100-fold. Madara's expression tightened. Seeing Madara emerge from the truth-seeking ball and fly toward Earth, Izanami touched the wood clone's shoulder and drew out the clone's Yin Nine-Tails chakra. With a playful smile, he said, "The cat-and-mouse game begins." After absorbing the wood clone's chakra and reducing it to nothing with a truth-seeking ball, greenish-blue chakra flooded Izanami as he activated Tensegan chakra mode. He didn't rush to pursue Madara. Instead, he replenished his chakra beads, created a metal object inscribed with a Flying Thunder God formula from a bead, then used Heavenly Transfer to airdrop it above Madara. The next instant, Izanami appeared directly above him. Madara, as if expecting this, spat a purple laser capable of slicing through truth-seeking balls to split Izanami. But Izanami's airborne, red, allowed instantaneous teleportation, and he'd already grabbed a truth-seeking ball, wrapping it in the black substance of a chakra bead. He transformed it into a golden orb and fired a massive golden beam at Madara. The golden beam collided with the purple laser, but did not stall. The purple shot was blasted aside. Madara had never seen his storm-release Light Fang clash with Izanami's golden light sword in their long battle, so he had no idea what would happen. The golden beam, moving at near light speed, threatened to engulf Madara completely. It carried truth-seeking ball properties, the power to annihilate and erase. The beam would not only damage the body, but could destroy parts of a soul. Yang release and yin-yang methods could hardly heal such injuries. Just as the golden beam neared, it stopped less than 5 centimeters from Madara, as if it had struck an invisible wall, and then both the wall and Madara were flung backward. The wall shattered in the next instant. To Izanami and Madara's eyes, a limbo shadow had been blasted apart and could not reform. Madara seized that moment and met the beam with his 6-path staff. With Yang release enhancing it, the staff and the golden beam were evenly matched. He intended to summon his other 3 limbo shadows to ambush Izanami while the two were locked. Izanami smiled slightly. The remaining 6 truth-seeking balls flew in, and the chakra beads on his wrist launched and merged into them. The 6 truth-seeking balls flared with different colors and fused into the golden beam. Its volume surged. The single golden beam expanded into a multicolored rainbow pillar. Ah! The power surge strained Madara. His 6-path staff bent under the pressure. The usually stoic Asura's face contorted as he roared to push his power further. The 3 limbo shadows threw everything into resisting, merging strength with the main body. The struggle lasted less than 2 seconds. Madara was driven back. The rainbow pillar stretched across the dark universe like a divine brushstroke across a black canvas of stars, swallowing light points in its path. Pure white light bloomed around the line like an eraser, wiping away the surrounding stars. Madara refused to be blasted from the moon to Earth again. He detonated all his truth-seeking balls, intending their annihilative white light to shatter the rainbow pillar. The detonations did have an effect. The white light erased the rainbow's color and nearly destroyed it. But then, almost instantly, the dazzling rainbow recovered. Because Izanami had fashioned the pillar from truth-seeking balls fused with chakra beads, it could regenerate as long as he had chakra to sustain it. The rainbow and white light battled, each trying to overwrite the other. The pure white flash couldn't hold. It dissipated quickly. During that brief window, Madara couldn't escape the pillar's range. When the white light vanished, the rainbow's power returned, stronger than before. Madara liquefied his 6-path staff into a hemispherical black shield and poured the rest of his chakra into it. With Limbo, Border Jail's assistance, he managed to withstand the pillar's assault. Compared to the previous golden beam, this rainbow pillar was faster and more powerful by several measures. Limbo had not even cooled down before Madara had already been carried an immense distance. The rainbow beam streaked tens of thousands of kilometers across the void, striking a massive light sphere far larger than a mere meteorite, and then dispersing. Its advance halted as if the divine ink had finally dried. In reality, The beam had slammed Madara onto a planet, this time not a small crater, but an impact like a giant meteor, erupting in dazzling rainbow light that rippled outward like waves. When the light faded, it revealed an enormous basin blown into the planet. Madara lay at the bottom like a speck in an adult's palm. He was in terrible condition. His red armor and clothes had long since vaporized. Part of the flesh on his right side had burned to ash, exposing charred, fractured bones and swollen, writhing meridians. His long black hair had singed away. His head bore a circular depression. His eyes were unfocused. Consciousness weighed on him like a stone. He could slip into eternal sleep at any moment. Madara had, by exerting every last ounce of strength, avoided being completely annihilated by the rainbow beam. If it had fully engulfed him, he would have been erased like the surrounding soil or vanished before impact. Now he couldn't feel his body, only a faint glow in his palm where a sun mark burned. His gaze drifted, and he saw Earth again. So far away already? Seeing Earth after 2 days and nights, Madara managed a bitter smile. He whispered, "I never thought even death wouldn't let me die on the land of my birth. What a pity. I couldn't kill those Otsutsuki and eliminate the threat to the ninja world." Just as he tried to take one last look and replay memories, warmth spread through his palm, and a strange, vaguely familiar life force cleared his consciousness a little. Still in six-path sage mode, Madara tried to sense chakra, but failed to detect Izanami. With great effort, he raised a bloodied hand and formed a single seal. Summoning jutsu. White mist fanned out with a bang, and a monstrous humanoid, tiny compared to the basin but massive in normal terms, appeared. The Outer Path demonic statue had been summoned from Earth. Madara managed a ragged grin. I'm not completely gone yet." A white tube extended from the statue's body. Like life support from decades past, Madara connected to it. The flame of his life, which had been guttering, stabilized and began to recover. With another bang, Madara and the Outer Path demonic statue turned into a cloud of white mist and vanished from the planet. The distance was now beyond the visual range of Izanami's reincarnation eye, so Izanami did not see this. Even if he had, he might not have cared. At that moment, Izanami sat on a throne of chakra beads, staring at his personal panel with a conflicted look, weighing a hard decision. When Madara had nearly given himself up, 3 colored beams of light, one colorful, one red, one purple, suddenly shot from him, unseen by Madara himself. They streaked faster than the rainbow pillar and plunged into Izanami. Ding! You have obtained the talent entry, Bloodline, Fuse or Decompose. Ding! You have obtained the talent entry, Sage's Body. Fuse or Decompose. Ding! You have obtained the talent entries, Summoning Master. Fuse or Decompose. Izanami had already decomposed Sage's Body, red, and Summoning Master, purple. His point balance had climbed past 700,000, but he was far from 990,000. The quandary was whether to decompose Bloodline Limit, Rinnegan color. Decomposing a red entry yields a random 6-figure amount of points. A colored entry, though, might yield a 7-figure sum, perhaps over 1 million points, even at worst, possibly up to 9.99 million. That kind of windfall could upgrade red entries to colored entries in bulk and maybe answer whether there was a higher level above Otsutsuki Bloodline, color. Izanami was tempted, but if luck were cruel, he might get only the minimum, and who knew when he'd find another Rinnegan. He hesitated. Fortune favors the bold, cowardice leads to ruin. I already have the reincarnation eye and 6-path sage mode. I'll gamble. After only a few minutes of inner debate, Izanami made his choice and cried, "Decompose!" Chapter 180, Talent Beyond the 6 Paths, 4th Quickening, Decompose. The moment the word left his lips, the points in Izanami's account jumped. What had been just over 700,000 surged to 2.81 million, a clean, round number. Izanami's lips twitched in a small smile. 1 for 1 had already been acceptable. 1 for 2 was outright profit. With a little over 100,000 more points, he could upgrade 3 red tier entries to color tier. He could have 5 color tier entries then. He couldn't wait. He clicked the plus that appeared beside 6 Paths Talent, red. Instantly, the 2.81 million displayed in the points bar dropped to 1.81 million and a fraction. The 6 Paths Talent entry, once printed in a smaller font and flat red, swelled. Its letters brightened, The red drained away and was replaced by flowing color. The words six paths rippled as if something moved under the surface, then vanished and were replaced by a new name: Transcendence Talent, Color. Crack. Izanami's heart skipped as if he'd heard something shatter. The rest of the world remained quiet, as if the sound had been only in his head. His attention, however, was fixed on the new color tier entry. The entry bar sorted attributes by level and rarity, highest level, rarest at the front. Before this upgrade, Izanami had only 2 color tier entries. Otsutsuki Bloodline, color had held first place, the reason for much of his current power. Without that bloodline, he wouldn't have gained the bloodline limit, Reincarnation Eye, color, this early. And even with Sage's Eye, red, and Sage Body, red, without the Six Paths legacy, he likely wouldn't have awakened the Rinnegan until much later. The Otsutsuki bloodline had always been the heart of his entries. So seeing Transcendence Talent overtake Otsutsuki bloodline stunned him. Talent had always seemed an auxiliary, almost useless entry. Things like chakra control, medical genius, medical master were useful, but talent itself seemed to occupy space without granting immediate power. It was always the first to be expected to sublimate when one's ceiling rose. Yet now Transcendence Talent sat in first place, ahead of even the heart-level Otsutsuki bloodline. And strangely, Izanami felt the loss of the bloodline was not an injustice. Transcendence Talent. The term was plain, but its implications, especially to someone who had watched Boruto and studied history, were staggering. Across the whole world and line of history, perhaps only 2 beings might possess such an entry: himself and Otsutsuki Shibai, the Otsutsuki god suspected of transcending the world. A strange smile curved Izanami's lips. The sound just now, it wasn't nonsense. Something did break, he breathed. My restraints have shattered. As if in agreement, chakra flooded his brain and pooled into his eyes. His eyeballs quivered uncontrollably. He covered his face and hissed, then whispered in disbelief. This is a quickening? How is this possible? Could the Reincarnation Eye evolve again? The Reincarnation Eye had already quickened 3 times, unlocking the Tenseigan chakra mode, the same chakra quality as Otsutsuki Toneri. Izanami had assumed 3 quickenings were the limit. Now it seemed 3 had been the cap for the red-level Otsutsuki bloodline and 6 paths talent, but not for their color tier incarnations. The 3rd quickening had given the Tenseigan chakra mode and chakra beads, the power of creation. What could a 4th quickening bring? His eyes stopped quivering as suddenly as they had begun. That ended fast, he muttered, curious. He dispelled his wood clone technique and exited Tenseigan chakra mode, then made a mirror and leaned close. His hair remained white, the dragon-like horns on his forehead persisted, and his face had lost its childish look, handsome, composed. His eyes were still the blue-white of the Reincarnation Eye, but at the pupil's edge, where a white halo had been, a faint golden ring now glimmered. It was subtle, only visible if he pressed his nose to the glass. Yet the sight felt profound. The new golden halo was an ocular power even he could not yet comprehend. It was changing the nature of the Reincarnation Eye in a different way than the previous 3 quickenings. Like Madara fusing with Hashirama's cells and slowly growing a new ocular power, this change was gradual. He could feel chakra gathering toward his eyes, but unlike earlier quickenings, he hadn't suddenly gained new ocular techniques nor felt overwhelmed by chakra absorption. This evolution would be long, slow, a gestation rather than a sudden leap. If it took time, that suited him. The longer the evolution, the deeper and more stable the growth. Madara's slow rise had led to incredible late strength. Sudden, early awakenings could be limiting. Izanami wanted sustainable advancement so he wouldn't peak early and stagnate. He considered other upgrades. Sage Body Red caught his eye. 6 paths Sage could cultivate Sage Body, and Asura's inherited Sage Body was red level, meaning a color level Sage Body should be possible. Aerial movement, red, part of the Otsutsuki bloodline's auxiliaries, granted flight and powerful space-time aptitude. In months, Izanami had learned heavenly transfer and variants of the Flying Thunder God technique, even designing a space-time teleportation array using chakra beads. Upgrading aerial movement to color level might unlock even stronger space-time powers or even inherent space-time gates. But reason prevailed. Space-time teleportation gates and powers like Yomatsu Hirsaka were likely the domain of an ultimate dojutsu or pure-blood Otsutsuki. A color-level upgrade would cost nearly 1,000,000 points and still require time to realize any derived abilities. Better to save the points for future Rinnegan synthesis or emergencies. He closed his personal panel and stopped overthinking. Then, using chakra beads, he constructed a 7-layered space-time teleportation array and triggered it, returning directly to his basement on Earth. His duel with Madara had taken place in space, and beyond a handful of witnesses, no one knew about their second clash. If there were other Otsutsuki nearby, they'd been cautious, sufficiently unsure of him to hide rather than engage. That fact made Izanami smirk in disdain. With his talent sublimated to Transcendence talent, color, the fourth gestation of the reincarnation eye had begun. Transcendence talent not only raised his potential ceiling, but also drew out the deeper possibilities of the Otsutsuki bloodline. Just as Sage's Eye, Red, and Prince of the Byakugan, Red, had brought out potential in the red-level bloodline, and let Izanami claim a 3-quickening reincarnation eye at a young age. The fourth gestation, he realized, might have been a gift from Transcendence talent. He was entering a true growth period. The future, he thought, would be terrifyingly rapid. When he emerged from the basement, Hinata and the 3 girls were waiting, alarm written across their faces. "Izanami-kun, you're back? Are you all right? Oni-chan, Hanabi was so worried about you." Hanabi flung herself into his arms and clung to his waist. Only a few people knew of the second battle with Madara, Hinata and the 3 girls among them. They had assumed Izanami was invincible. When he didn't return for 2 days and his wood clone vanished without a trace, the waiting became unbearable. Their relief at seeing him safe caused tears to glisten in their eyes. Sensing their emotions, Izanami smiled and drew them in. "I'm sorry I made you worry," he murmured, wrapping his arms around them. The girls settled, their panic soothed by his warmth and presence. Laughter returned as Hanabi, half squeezed between Izanami and Hinata, complained in a muffled voice, "I'm going to suffocate," and everyone teased her. A moment later, a spike of chakra pierced their sensing barrier. A figure blurred into being and knelt before them. "Izanami-sama, Hokage-sama ordered me to tell you to come to the Hokage office immediately," said Yugao Uzuki, her cat-faced mask revealing purple hair. "I'll be there in a moment." "You may go," Izanami replied, waving her off, but Yugao addressed the girls before departing. "Hokage-sama specifically instructed that only you, Izanami-sama, go to the Hokage office. Hinata-sama and Karin-sama are to accompany me to the Hokage building." The 3 exchanged puzzled looks. Izanami shrugged. "Hinata, Karin, go with Yugao. I'll go to the Hokage's office alone." "Okay," the girls agreed. He turned to Hanabi and Shion. "Hanabi, you and Shion stay home and wait for us." "Okay," they chorused, nodding promptly. The 4 of them dispersed. Izanami disappeared without fanfare, while Hinata, Karin, Yugao, and the others left with a body flicker. A few days later, at the end of the 3rd preliminary round of the Chunin exams, a piece of news swept through Konoha and then the entire Shinobi world. The whole ninja world trembled at the revelation.